Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the World of One Piece, Trained and Gained the Ultimate Devil Fruit. Let the tale begin. Chapter 18, The Light and the Song. Yah! The sky is God's territory. Neither man nor earth should exist here. They all belong on the ground. Enel laughed out loudly as he looked down on everyone beneath him. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the skies. The sky is my territory as well. Does that make me a god? Lucas glared at Enel, but Enel didn't mind him. Ha ha ha. As I said, you all are too late. Nothing can stop this now. Not if I can help it. Lucas had set up a water dome a while ago. Now, it can finally be of use. He controlled the water and started to compact it, all the while pushing the thunder clouds out of the dome while protecting everyone from the lightning inside it. Seeing this, Enel gritted his teeth in anger. But soon, he started to laugh. Yah! You may have stopped the destruction of the island for now, but this isn't over yet. Enel laughed as his body turned into lightning and disappeared. Come back here! Lucas chased up in the sky, but when he disappeared in the thunder clouds, it was impossible to track him down. As soon as Enel went in the thunder cloud, the cloud started to form and compact and condense itself, creating a huge, black cloud filled with lightning. Lucas' face was pale. Something as large as that, his water dome won't be able to block it. Advent of thunder. As the black mass of thunder cloud fell down, Lucas began to move as well. The only way to stop something that big was to create something bigger. Lucas flew beneath the black cloud and expanded his wings. Water began to pour out of his body as he also started to gather the water from the water dome to create an even bigger water orb to trap the lightning inside. In the sky, the black and blue orbs clashed. Lightning began to expand in the water but was contained there, not able to escape from inside. With all the lightning contained, Lucas began to compress the water orb even more along with the lightning. When it was small enough, he quickly tossed it far away from the island. Boom! The destruction left by the explosion caused everyone's faces to turn as white as snow. If that explosion had hit the island. The Skypiea citizens saw this as well and started to chant once again. God! 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 At the distance, Enel's face blackened. In his anger, he shot another huge pillar of lightning towards the citizens. I am your god. Not him. Lucas moved quickly and shielded everyone from the lightning pillar. I may not be a god. But you're definitely not one either. As the two of them began to fight once more in the sky, they noticed something shining on top of a cloud. That was the golden bell. Enel's eyes lit up and quickly went that way, but Lucas stopped him. You're not getting that bell. Our captain still needs it. You. Enel was truly angered now. Meanwhile, Luffy had reached near the top of the beanstalk together with Nami. Luffy! Get on the waiver. We're leaving. Nami tried to convince Luffy, but he only shook his head. No. What do you mean no? This is... I still have something to take care of. The golden bell is here. Gold! I know gold is important, but we will die if we don't escape now. You saw it too, right? Even if you are immune to lightning, he can still destroy the entire island and you with it. Lucas can't possibly stop all of Enel's attacks all the time. However, Luffy was still adamant on finding the golden bell. You saw it down there, right? Saw what? The Golden City. The Golden City does exist. It wasn't a lie. That Diamond Headmister's ancestor wasn't lying. I have to tell him that Norland wasn't lying, and the Golden City is here in the sky. Nami fell silent. She remembered the man who helped them find a way to get to the Sky Island. Mont Blanc Cricket, in order to prove that his ancestor wasn't lying, he kept diving the sea to look for traces of the Golden City. If I ring the bell really hard, I'm sure that he'll hear it. Otherwise, he'll keep diving into the sea trying to find this Golden City, and that's dangerous. Luffy. I can't let that bastard Enel get the bell. I have to ring it so loud that everyone in the blue seas will hear it. That's why I'm staying here, and ring the golden bell no matter what." Since Luffy had already said so, and looking at his determined face, Nami can only sigh and follow along with the captain's wishes. Nami took a leaf from the beanstalk and began to write something on it before tossing it below. On the ground, Zoro and the rest saw the huge leaf and the writings on it. "There's something written." "What does it say?" "It says to cut the beanstalk and make it fall westward." "What good would that do?" Everyone looked up and saw the Maxim ship on the west side. Everyone understood Nami's intention. Zoro acted quickly and held his sword. Slash! In 1 second, he had slashed his sword 2 times, cutting a large chunk of the beanstalk on one side. However, it wasn't enough. Suddenly, the huge snake seemed to have woken up and banged its head on the beanstalk. What? But the beanstalk only tilted a bit. It's still not enough. Out of the way. Wiper shoved Usopp, who was on the way, and moved quickly as well. He jumped on the beanstalk and faced his palm on it as he gritted his teeth. Reject. Boom! A huge chunk of the beanstalk was blown away. While everyone was still surprised by the power of the rejectile, the beanstalk began to tilt to the west side. Above the beanstalk, Nami and Luffy noticed the commotion as well. "It's tilting." "Luffy! This is it." "Okay. Let's go, Nami." "I've never actually tried turning the jet dial to the highest, so I'm actually not sure if I can control this when we dash." Nami was still feeling nervous as she spoke, but Luffy didn't bother about the details and simply trusted her instead. "I trust you." "Okay. Asterisk room." Asterisk. The two drove towards the beanstalk with extreme speed. In the sky, Enel and Lucas both noticed the two moving their way as well. Enel was the first to react as he sent a lightning bolt towards Luffy and Nami. Lucas moved as well and swung his iron cloud sword to block the lightning. On the ground below, Wiper was looking upwards despite his bloody body suffering from the backlash of the rejectile. "Go get him, brat." He fell on his knees as he was no longer able to stand still. But he never left his eyes in the sky above him. "Ring it, brat! Ring it!" Relight the light of Shandora. On the side, Gonfall was also looking up. "Yes, my young friend, please let us hear the song of the island." Above the sky, Luffy had already pushed Nami away on top of a floating cloud so she wouldn't get hurt. As Luffy floated, the hand holding the huge golden orb was right behind him and his arm was twisted. Enel gritted his teeth as he glared at Luffy. "Hee hee, hi again. This time, it's my turn to knock you off. You damned monkey of the blue sea. Now you have truly angered God." Enel's body expanded as he turned into pure electricity. Max 200 million volts, Amaru. "Enel! Are you forgetting about me?" Lucas moved in front of Luffy and also expanded his body, turning into a huge figure made of pure water. Neptune's wrath. The lightning and water gods collided. With one hand to block Enel and another hand to support Luffy, Lucas gritted his teeth as he pulled Luffy towards Enel and manipulated the water such that 3 swirling spikes could be seen on the golden orb. "Gomu Gomu no. Mizu Mizu no. Golden. Neptunes." Luffy and Lucas both glared at Enel. Enel also gritted his teeth as he could see what would happen yet unable to dodge. "I am God. Trident rifle. Whoa, Reuniting. Together with Enel crashing on the golden bell and the golden orb in Luffy's hand finally destroyed, the golden bell finally rung. For the first time in 400 years. The light of Shandora, the song of the island, was finally heard once more. The golden bell fell off the floating cloud along with Luffy, so Lucas flew down to catch him. All the while, Luffy was still shouting. "Do you hear it? Diamond Head, Mr. Big Monkeys! The south birds began to cry out once more as they heard the familiar sound. The Golden City does exist. On the ground, the others also looked up happily. He did it! What a beautiful sound! Wow! How nice! What's that sound? What's that sound? So this is what Norland heard back then. As the Straw Hat crew smiled, Gonfalk cried tears of joy. I knew it! I knew this day would come, I knew it would. In the city of Skypiea, Conies also looked up. This is the earth, it is singing. Does God really exist? It's a miracle. After 400 years of silence, the bell has finally rang again. Wiper closed his eyes in an attempt to stop the tears from flowing out. Do you hear it? Mont Blanc Norland, I'm sorry to be a little late. I only hope your descendant can hear this. Suddenly, the huge snake woke up once more and started to cry happily. Tsulalala. Back on the ground below the skies, Jaya. Mont Blanc Cricket and the Monkey Brothers looked up to the clouds. Though they can't see the Sky Island, they could hear the bell and also see something even better. Boss, is that? There's no doubt about it. Cricket grinned. Romantic, isn't it? They knew what this sound meant. His ancestor, Mont Blanc Norland, was not a liar. The sound is the proof he sent us from the sky. Cricket looked up on the clouds and saw two giant figures. A man wearing what seemed to be a straw hat, and an angel reaching his hands towards him. Hey kid, so the Golden City is all the way up there, huh? Thanks for telling us. The three of them grinned for a moment before Cricket suddenly groaned. Boss! Is there something wrong? Are you okay? The Monkey Brothers panicked, but when they saw the tears and the grin on Cricket's face, they smiled. I'm glad you guys are alive and kicking up there. I was worried. Cricket was feeling worried if his actions of guiding them had actually killed Luffy and the rest. But now, they seemed to be alive and fine. As such, Cricket was finally relieved from his worries. While Cricket and the Monkey Brothers celebrated, the Skypiea citizens saw Enel's ship sank along with him. God, Enel sank with the ship. Everyone fell silent. The sound of the bell, the proof of the ancient city's once prosperous past, the light of Shandora. It is also the declaration of truce, the song of the island. Though 400 years late, it is also the sound of a promise kept. No matter how long the journey of the floating island is, the memories of those in the past are never forgotten. Using the sound of the bell as a medium of message, blessings, and hope is spread to the corners of the world. We will always be here. That was what the sound from the bell seemed to have relayed to everyone who heard it. Luffy lay on the ground while Nami and Lucas watched over him. It rung. Yup. Think they heard it. Lucas smiled. I'm sure they did. As Luffy laughed, Lucas stood up. Come on, we should get down and check on the others. Shi. After Lucas flew Luffy and Nami back down, they reunited with everyone else along with Conies, who also came when everything settled down. Hey! Luffy! Miss Nami! Conies-chan! Lucas! Seeing everyone all fine, Conies began to cry. I'm so glad you are all safe. I was so worried, but I couldn't do a thing. Oh, Conies-chan, were you really that worried about me? Sanji's body twirled crazily towards Conies. Stop acting crazy. Hey Conies, where's your father? He tried to protect me, and Enel. Hearing the tone of Conies, everyone more or less understood what had happened, and they all looked at Conies with pity and sadness. You mean? Conies-chan. Conies. Seeing this scene, Lucas felt a bit weird. He looked around but didn't see Conies' father at all. He was supposed to appear here. Hold on, if I remember correctly, Conies' father fell to the White Sea and was saved by the people who were escaping to Cloud's End. Lucas grimaced. In this version, he had convinced everyone not to leave, so no one is there to save Conies' father. Lucas sighed and patted Coney's head. I'll be back. Lucas didn't wait for anyone to react and flew away. He hurried towards the White Sea to search for Coney's father. Thankfully, he was still alive. Lucas saw Coney's father was injured and quickly used his water to heal him. At that moment, he seemed to feel a bit weak but just shrugged it off, thinking he was too tired from the battle just now. Who? You're awake. Come, I'll take you to your daughter. Ah, an angel? Am I dead? Wait, if you're taking me to my daughter, is she dead too? Lucas felt it was weird to be called an angel by these Skypiea people who obviously have wings on their backs as well. You're not dead. Neither is your daughter. I'll take you to her now. No longer minding his reaction, Lucas simply carried him away and flew back to where Luffy and the rest is. Coney saw that her father was still alive and well immediately jumped to embrace him. Father! Coney's! The two hugged for a while as they were watched by the others who had a smile on their faces. Nami was moved by the warm atmosphere and moved to secretly hold Lucas' hand. Lucas was surprised by the sudden touch and enjoyed the warmth of her hand. After Coney's and her father separated, she looked at Lucas with eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, God. Please stop calling me that. While Lucas was trying his hardest to dissuade Coney's to stop calling him God, the ex-god, Gonfall, had just freed the people Enel had slaved away to work on Maxim. You have all been imprisoned here for the past 6 years? I am sorry. Fortunately now that the war is finally over, everyone can return home. With the ex-slaves finally reunited with their people and families, the Shandian tribe were also meeting their chief. Chief, will the 400 years of anguish really just simply go away like this? Well, the god's militia is destroyed so. However, the chief remained silent, seemingly thinking of something. No one noticed that the Maxim had once again appeared in the skies with Enel driving it. God can never be defeated. I'll come back someday. I will not allow anything in this world to stand in my way. Yahaha, only I am worthy of this, the endless land like in a dream. Enel looked up and saw the huge moon that shone above. Go, Maxim. To the land that glows in the darkened sky, the endless land. Chapter 19, The Golden Bell. Where am I? Wiper asked as soon as he woke up to an unfamiliar ceiling. From the side, Gonfall answered. You are in the ruin of Shandora. Gonfall. You are also from Skypiea. Wiper's face darkened when he saw Gonfall and Coney's. You can't move yet. Calm down. Don't try to push it with your wounds. Hearing the familiar voice, Wiper couldn't help but doubt his ears. That person who spoke was the chief? But then, why would the chief and Gonfall be in the same room together? However, there was still something else on Wiper's mind. Chief! Where's the golden bell? We still have to guard it from Dash. Take it easy, Wiper, just listen. The chief sighed and opened up the curtain revealing the outside to Wiper. In the past, the warriors had their reason for war. For generations, the sky is our home. Chief! Listen, the earth had never rejected anyone. It was us who rejected each other. Yes, right now, among us, there is not one person who desires the continuation of the war. It was only now that Wiper had heard of the noises from outside and saw the sight. There they were, Scypians, Shandians, all laughing and dancing merrily around a huge campfire. He could see the bright smiles of everyone as they sang and danced together, not minding anyone's identity. In the middle of it all was a young man wearing a straw hat. He was the one who smiled the brightest as he raised his arms to the sky. Party! Everyone cheered and laughed. Some were even competing in drinking. Lucas was holding Nami's hands as they danced together. Seeing her smile, Lucas' heart wavered. For a moment, he thought, maybe it would be best to stay in this world. Just like this, the 400-year war now ends with laughter from both sides. After a few hours of partying, Luffy decided to wake everyone up. Pissed, Lucas! Wake everyone up. What are you up to now? Just now, Lucas is still enjoying the feeling of Nami sleeping beside him, and even Robin is beside him for some reason, but then Luffy slapped him awake, so he was a bit annoyed. Luffy didn't care about that as he grinned. Let's steal all the gold and run away. Hearing the G word, the orange-haired lady beside Lucas woke up instantly. Gold! Really? Stupid! Don't talk so loud. You're the one who is loud. While Nami and Luffy were shouting at each other, the others also started to wake up. Usopp woke up from the noise but was still half asleep as he blamed Chopper, who was beside him, and punched him. Be quiet. I can't sleep with all the noise. Ouch! That hurts. Soon, everyone else woke up as well. Is it morning already? Those citizens of Blue Sea sure party a lot. It took a while, but Lucas finally managed to calm and quiet the crew down as they discussed what to do. When they were done planning, Luffy said, "You guys got that? Make the best out of tomorrow. Don't forget to do anything and regret later." The next morning, some shouted and alerted the chief. "Chief! We found the golden bell." "Oh! It's hanging on the fallen beanstalk. Now, everyone's getting ready to pull it back up." The chief smiled and quickly issued an order. "Gather as many men as you can and head to the beach." As they were quite loud, Robin was able to hear them as well. The golden bell? A relieved look appeared on her face as she thought. Finally, the stone tablet of Shandora that bears the historical text is within my reach. I almost gave up on it too. Before having met Enel in the ruins, she had read some inscriptions on the walls and found that the thing she was looking for was on the golden bell. But when the bell had fallen, she thought that she would never be able to see it once more. Hearing that they had found it had given her a huge relief. It wasn't just Robin who heard about it as well. Lucas was there and saw the look on Robin's face. Lucas scratched the back of his head and sighed. Finally, he went over to Robin. "Shall we go see?" Anyway, it seems that the others are still busy and he had nothing to do. Zoro was training as usual. Usopp was talking with the engineers of Skypiea and traded a lot of common goods from the ground with dials here. As for Luffy and the others, they are currently inside the giant snake's body as they took all the loot inside. Lucas didn't join them as he didn't really want to stay inside a snake's stomach for a long time. Since this was the case, he decided to come along with Robin. By the time the two of them got there, the Shandians and the Skipians had already pulled the golden bell up. "We got it! Hooray! So that's the golden bell. It is marvelous." Lucas finally saw the bell in person. Sure enough, it is quite majestic when compared to seeing it in manga or in the anime. Despite the moss and vines covering most of its exterior, the golden shine and majesticness was truly something to behold. Though, it was too bad that one of the pillars broke off. At the bottom of the bell stand, there were square-shaped runic symbols etched onto it. There seemed to be some writings on it, Chief. I cannot decipher the language on it, but that is not important because Just before the chief could start saying something profound, someone spoke. Before the heart of truth there is no need for words. Lucas turned to look and it was indeed Robin who spoke. We are the recorders of history, existing in harmony with the sound of the great bell. The chief looked shocked as he looked at Robin. Where did you learn those words? I found them on a rock in the Shandora ruin. It also said that you are the warriors of Shandora, protectors of the text. Hearing her say that, the chief trembled as he asked, "Can you really decipher that ancient language?" Robin didn't mind him and focused on the text written on the bell. Lucas was a bit tempted to cut in and pretend to read it to impress Robin but decided not to. After all, he really can't read it. HM, the ancient weapon with the power so strong that it was named after the god, Poseidon? An ancient weapon. We have such a thing here. The Shandians were surprised, but Robin ignored them. She frowned as she continued to read the texts. Another weapon named after a god. It's just like the Pluton of Alabasta? Eventually, she sighed. What a waste of effort. This is not something that she wished to learn about. Lucas smiled helplessly as he knew what she was thinking of. Robin, can you look at that other writing at the side? Maybe you'll find something more useful. Robin looked over and her eyes opened wide. We came here, found the text, and followed its guidance. GOLD, Roger. After reading the text, more questions formed in Robin's head. The Pirate King. So he also came to the Sky Island. Furthermore, he also knew this ancient language. Roger, you said? Gonfal interjected when he heard the name. Do you know him? 20 years ago, there was such a guest on Sky Island. He said that he was a pirate of the Blue Sea. Can he be the same person who carved that message? Perhaps, so that means the Pirate King already found the text 20 years ago. Those carvings are the proof. Lucas saw that Robin was talking to herself but didn't interrupt her thought process as he waited. It is said that there are two kinds of tablets that hold texts like this one. They are the tablets of clues and the tablets of truths. This one is probably a tablet of clues. We came here, found the text, and followed its guidance. Robin's eyes lit up and a certain thought emerged which shocked her in the core. Can it be that the true historical text is actually? Lucas smiled, then turned to the chief. Chief, it seems that this text has already served its purpose. Served its purpose? Robin continued. Yes, there are many tablet of truths around the world, and one must link them together to get the records of the lost history. The true historical text is the combined result of these tablets of truths referred to by the tablets of clues. Surely, the Pirate King has recovered the tablet of truth that this tablet of clues here refers to. The chief didn't understand what she explained as much, but he did understand one thing. In other words, we no longer. His eyes revealed tears that seemed to have been held back ages ago. We no longer need to fight. So the wishes of our ancestors have long been fulfilled. That is correct. The Shandians celebrated with tears of joy. Finally, now, they really did feel that the war is truly over. Seeing them react like that, Robin smiled, then looked back at the golden bell as she continued to think. This also means that I must follow the guidance given by the tablets I have read so far, to the ending point of the Grand Line, Raftel. However, there is one more thing that she was confused at. Her sights landed on Lucas, who was smiling warmly at the Shandians who finally felt peace in their hearts after such a long time. Earlier, it was Lucas who pointed her to the note left by the Pirate King, and it was also Lucas who was the first to say to the chief that the text had served its purpose. All this wouldn't have been possible if he didn't know how to read the ancient text himself. Well, the truth was that Lucas can indeed not read it. He held back trying to impress Robin but was unable to hold back completely, as this was quite a historic moment in the story as well. It was at this point that one would know just how important these poneglyphs are to the story, and that they weren't simply texts that points to weapons or something. Which was why he was excited and pointed the note of Roger's and also prompted him to speak to the chief. Of course, Robin doesn't know that. However, the way she looked at Lucas had certainly changed. It was not the romantic kind at all, but more on suspicion. Lucas, in the end, just who are you? Oh yeah, I heard that your friends also desire gold. Since in the Blue Sea, gold is more valuable than land, I cannot give you the bell itself, but how about this broken pillar? Yeah. That's a great idea, Chief. Take that as a symbol of our gratitude. Lucas heard it as well and laughed. Well, those guys are busy planning to escape with a few stolen treasures though. Then, Gonfal asked him. Lad, that boy wearing the straw hat, he reminds me of Roger. Are they related? Lucas smiled. His name is Monkey D. Luffy. Just wait, he'll become the Pirate King as well. D. I see, they have the same initial. Is that why they are so similar? Ha ha ha. Maybe. Or maybe. Well, The Will of D is something that has been greatly teased and debated on the internet for so long that Lucas didn't know how to answer. After a while, Lucas and Robin went back to Luffy and the others with the golden pillar carried by the others following behind. When Luffy finally saw them, he waved over their direction and shouted, "Hey! Robin! Lucas! Hurry up! We stole their gold. We need to hurry and leave." "Luffy! Why did you blurt that out? Didn't you see all those people behind them? This isn't good. They have a huge cannon with them." "Ah! So many people and a huge cannon." Usopp and Chopper panicked when they saw the large pillar wrapped in cloth and thought it was some sort of weapon. Lucas knew what they were up to and quickly calmed them down. "Luffy! They are giving us the gold so you don't need to run." "Ha! The golden pillar would be such a huge waste to not take." Lucas thought, so he tried to stop the crew from leaving. Thankfully, this time, Luffy listened. Soon enough, he was staring at the huge golden pillar with shining eyes. "How many meats can this buy?" While talking about this and that, everyone arrived at the shore and found the ship ready to depart. Lucas sighed when he looked at Going Merry still intact. Back when Enel had seemingly killed him and make him fall from the sky, Going Merry was also destroyed and the pieces of the ship had scattered in the sea below. The only piece they could find left was the head. At the time, Lucas felt regretful. He knew that although they would replace the ship one day, the importance of Going Merry was still quite a big thing to the crew. Especially to Usopp, he even had a big fight with Luffy because of it. That was why, last night, when he took the broken headpiece of Going Merry, he used his powers. He didn't know if it will work. He didn't know if his water's healing factor would help, but he tried. Just as how he was able to regain the life from the dead plants that Crocodile had dried up in Alabasta, he tried to resurrect Going Merry. Well, seeing as Going Merry is fine and in front of them now, obviously his powers had worked. But what Lucas couldn't forget at that moment was, when Going Merry was whole again, he saw a strange, shadow-like figure standing on the deck. The shadow seemed to smile and wave at him, but when he tried to get near to get a closer look, it was already gone. Though Lucas knew that there was something like the ship's spirit that was teased in the original story, it was never actually explained and there are all sorts of rumors and speculations about it. Seeing that shadow, he looked back at Going Merry and smiled. "Well, with you all healthy like this, I wonder just how much impact it would do compared to the original story." He was amused by the thought and figured that it would be quite exciting as well. Back to the present, Nami was confused why Luffy and them had come back while being followed by everyone else. She thought that they were escaping. When Lucas grinned and revealed the giant golden pillar, her eyes seemed to turn into gold itself. Needless to say, she has no objections. Still, it would be hard to bring that huge pillar on board the ship, so the Scipians and Shandians had made a long raft fitted with jet dials which is tied to the ship so they could simply pull it along with them. While being watched by everyone, the crew waved their goodbyes. "Everyone! Take care! Thanks a lot, Straw Hats! God! We will always remember you." Lucas coughed when he heard himself being called God again. Suddenly, they heard the sound from the golden bell once more. Luffy laughed. "Shishishi. Sky Island. Farewell." Nami checked in on her log pose. "All right, Captain, the log pose has locked onto the next island." "Okay. To the blue seas." "Yeah." Chapter 20, Fight to the Death. Boom. After being dropped from the sky, caught by some kind of balloon octopus, and dropped once more, Lucas' face was pale, but he still tried his best to soften the landing as much as possible as the golden pillar was quite heavy. The water splashed a big wave as the ship hit the ocean. Everyone gasped for breath as soon as they could breathe properly. Cough, that was scary. Why did the octopus suddenly shrink? Maybe there's a leak. Phew, we're still alive, thanks octopus. Luffy caught the octopus, now a small one, and laughed. Soon, they managed to have a good look at their surroundings. The sea. It's blue. Is everyone safe? Lucas asked while looking around, ready to heal anyone who might be injured. Sanji started to light up a cigarette and sighed. Well, that was one magical trip. Now that we're back down, that trip feels like a dream. Well, I got a lot of memorable pictures that prove it isn't. Lucas laughed. I wonder if we will ever go back again. Maybe you will go there after you die. Or somewhere close, hee hee. Zoro grinned while looking at Chopper, who wanted to go back to the sky. Zoro, are you sure that we'll go to heaven? Suddenly, Nami clicked her tongue. TSK TSK, if you can rest whenever you want in this sea, nobody would be afraid of it. Everyone, move it! Look, here it comes. While everyone was still confused, Nami turned around to look at the view from behind. Alright, there was no view, only a huge wall of water created by a tsunami was headed their way. Ah! Full speed ahead. Lucas laughed and didn't bother with controlling the water to have the tsunami pass around them as he went and joined the crew set sail. After over an hour of bustling about and dodging the huge waves, the sea finally calmed down and Nami was able to try the waver on the sea as well. Yes! It works in the blue seas too! Luffy could only stare at her with jealousy as he also wanted to try riding it. While Nami was having fun with the waver, Usopp was testing a bunch of dials if it would still work here as well. It seems everything except the cloud dial works down here. Hearing him say that, Lucas took out the iron cloud sword and tried to activate it. Sure enough, it was indeed not working. Lucas sighed. And just as he thought that he would have a unique weapon of his own too. Well, maybe it doesn't really matter much to him because of his powers. Finally, once everyone was done confirming their loot from the Sky Island, Nam started to check the gold and treasures they got inside the snake's stomach. Thank you for waiting. Now we will officially start distributing the loot. Each of these is worth a lot of money. Everyone cheered. Yay! Hooray! Let's buy a statue. I want a statue. Can I buy books? New pots, new pans, new silverware, and a few mousetraps. Time for some rum. Only Robin and Lucas didn't say anything. Robin probably doesn't need much money herself. As for Lucas, he was still thinking that they have too much money now anyway. And this doesn't even include the money he got from Blackbeard and that giant golden pillar. Nami smiled as she heard their requests. First of all, my share is 80% of these. Oi! Afterward, the crew started to debate on which things are necessary to buy or get when they reach the next island. Lucas fell silent as he listened and couldn't help but feel bad. After all, he had repaired Going Merry to look as good as new. None of them talked about repairing the ship anymore or getting a new one. Going Merry is indeed a good ship, but it isn't suitable for battle or sailing the Grand Line. Especially so in the New World. As such, he had to intervene. I think we should get a new ship. The room became quiet at Lucas' suggestion. Then, Usopp glared at him with his fist trembling. Lucas! I know you were the one who fixed Mary back up again, but you don't have the right to say that. Lucas looked at him calmly and sighed. I did not say we should throw Mary. I said we need a new ship. Why can't we have both of them? You dash, huh? Perhaps confused by what Lucas meant, Usopp was no longer glaring at him and looked surprised instead. Look, if I hadn't fixed Mary, it would already be gone. We're in the Grand Line. Who knows just what kind of dangers or enemies we will face? Maybe next time, we won't be so lucky as now and get Mary back. We can still keep Mary, but we also need a ship that is better equipped in these seas. Who knows, maybe make a big enough ship to fit Mary inside. By then, we could have Mary as some sort of scout ship or something in the future. Everyone fell silent again. Hearing what Lucas said, Usopp, Chopper, and Luffy started to picture something in their heads. The image of a huge ship and Going Merry coming out from inside it. Suddenly, their eyes sparkled. That's it. Let's do that. Yosh! Let's go get a big ship. Lucas sighed in relief when he saw that the crew's emotions stabilized. He was still a bit worried that Usopp would act like in the original story, and it would be problematic if his anger is directed at Lucas and not Luffy. Lucas isn't Luffy, he doesn't know if he would handle that situation well. After all, even though Usopp is, well, Usopp, he is still an important member of this crew. Lucas didn't want his existence here to be the one who would destroy their relationships. Once they were done deciding, Lucas started to train in his observation haki once again as he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He could feel another huge tsunami coming up, so he controlled it to go around as he didn't want to be disturbed in the meantime. However, as he controlled it, it actually hit another ship near them. Luffy and the others also saw the ship. That ship, there's no flag and not even a sail. What kind of ship is that? Huh? They don't have anything? Why are they on the sea? I don't know, but the sailors look kind of strange. Usopp zoomed in on the sailors on the deck and saw they're all just sitting around and looking depressed. Luffy tried to call out to them to warn them about the tsunami. Hey! You guys, there's a tsunami headed your way. Turn around. Only now did the sailors react. However, none of them did anything useful. Some seemed to want to board Going Merry and raid the ship instead. Some wanted to dodge the tsunami, but there were no sails to use and also no navigators on board. Naturally, the ship was swallowed by the tsunami. Lucas could have helped, but he figured there was no point in doing so. Instead, there was a solemn look on his face. It would seem that it is already this part of the story. Lucas sighed and got out. Soon, they reached an island. There's nothing. Right, it was a huge island with a seemingly endless stretch of plain field. Apart from the weirdly long and thin trees, there was really nothing visible on the island that would pose as a landmark or a city. Nevertheless, Luffy still looked quite excited. So big. So empty. It's an endless plain. It's plain all right. There's nothing to see. I wonder if it's inhabited. Well, they got their answers for that soon enough. After walking for a bit, they saw a tall and thin, furry creature, which is quite similar to a bear. They also saw other familiar animals that seemed to be stretched thin like a cheetah, or reindeer, even dogs, or vultures. While Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were touring the island, another ship arrived from behind. It was a huge ship with a fox headpiece at the front and a fox-like skull on its sails, along with the letters Foxy. These guys are the Foxy Pirates. Who are you people? Come on down and fight. What do you want from us? Come out, cowards. Zoro was pissed. Not only did they show up and block their way out, they spoke arrogantly as well. We are the Foxy Pirates. Don't be anxious, our duel shall begin shortly. Lucas kept quiet and didn't pay attention to any of these guys. Instead, he was looking at the island with a serious look before leaving quietly. While the Foxy Pirates began their game with Luffy and the others to steal their crew and flag, he wanted to deal with something else on this island. There was no need for him to get worried with Luffy. He knows that they can handle these chumps. Anyway, they also still need to grow stronger both in their powers and in their characters. But it is still too early for them to deal with the person on this island. Once he was far enough from the others, Lucas closed his eyes and extended his haki to the whole island. Ever since their trip to Skypiea, his observation haki had grown by leaps and bounds. It would be no exaggeration to say now that he can even rival Katakuri in terms of using it. Lucas smiled and opened his eyes. Found you, Akiji. Lucas extended his wings and flew towards him at great speed. As his body was made of water, his wings were also the same, so he could will it to show up or not. It is quite cumbersome to walk around with huge wings on your back after all. Having arrived in front of a tall man who wore a white suit and a sleeping mask on his eyes, Lucas stopped. Huh? Who the heck are you? Akiji, what brings you here? Lucas didn't decide to humor him and simply asked straightly. Akiji smiled and removed the sleeping mask. Ararara, aren't you a member of his crew? Lucas, was it? That is me. Akiji felt the tense expression of Lucas and sighed. Hey, just chill, man. It's not like I was ordered to come here. I was only taking a walk. Perhaps. But there should be a reason why you are headed this way. Akiji shrugged and lay down on the grass relaxedly. I only came here to confirm the whereabouts of Nico Robin after the Alabasta incident. I thought she would be with you guys. She's with us. Now go back. I said confirm. I haven't seen her yet, now, have I? Lucas' eyes narrowed. Is my word not enough? No. Then this conversation is over. Even though Lucas said that, he didn't make the first move and simply waited for Akiji to make his move. Akiji looked at him and sighed as he stands up. He picked a few strands of grass and threw them in the air as he blew on them with his freezing breath. The small blades of grass soon formed a long ice weapon. Ice saber. Lucas gritted his teeth and shot forward with extreme speed as his body turned into water and rotated in high speed as well. Boost whirlpool. Oh. I heard about the reports, but I didn't think a water devil fruit truly exists, more so, a Logia one at that, but... Lucas' eyes grew wide when he saw Akiji's fist nearing him. Ice beats water, does it not? Ice started to form inside him that Lucas can't help but panic. He gritted his teeth and shot away in a hurry. Damn it! So it really won't work. Lucas thought that maybe his water wouldn't react the same way as so far. His abilities are quite weird, but is there really no way of beating ice with water? Since this was the case, time for plan B. That was, to move the fight on the beach. He needed access to the sea water. His body turned to water once more and expanded, turning into a large wave that would swallow a small boat. Still, Akiji stood there without moving and only stretched his arms. Ice Age. Meanwhile, back to Luffy and the others. Just like how Lucas had predicted, they had indeed gotten into a fight with the Foxy Pirates and are not playing the game called Davy Back Fight. On the first round, it was a race around the island where Robin, Usopp, and Nami had participated in and lost due to the other side's cheating. As a result, Chopper was taken from them and became a part of the Foxy Pirates. Well, on the second round, both Zoro and Sanji managed to win the round and get Chopper back quickly. Finally, it was the last round. A fight between the captains. Luffy vs Foxy. Both of them stood on the deck where Luffy was already looking pretty bloodied and bruised, while wearing an afro. Straw Hat Luffy is standing back up. Knock him out. Yeah. Finish it. Foxy grinned and started to unleash his attacks at Luffy, who's currently slowed down with his Noro ability. Megaton Ninetail Rush. Gadash. Luffy collapsed from the attack. While everyone thought that he would no longer stand back up, Luffy stood up once more on his own 2 feet. Luffy! Straw Hat Luffy stood back up. How is he still standing after that? Is it because of the afro? Foxy was pissed at seeing Luffy still standing after all the attacks that he made. He used his powers once more and didn't stop attacking. Noro Beam. Megaton Ninetail Rush. From the audience, Usopp was angered as well. Damn it! That beam thing is way too cheap. Foxy didn't mind him and only looked at Luffy as he snorted. Heh, let's see you still sta-. Before he could even finish his sentence, he saw Luffy still stand up. At this moment as well, on the fight between Lucas and Akiji. It could be seen that Akiji still looked the same other than the ice covering his skin, but the same couldn't be said to Lucas. Right now, Lucas' body is nearly frozen from the neck down as Akiji held him up. These two people, Luffy and Lucas, were both fighting different fights. Yet the same expression could be seen in both of their eyes that still burned of life. To save my crew. To save my friends. I will fight, even if it kills me. Chapter 21, Burn. First Degree. Heatman. Akiji looked at the young man in front of him with an uncaring expression. Well, that is certainly an admirable notion. But after you die, I will go for your crew next. In the end, everything you do is pointless, no? I won't let you. Lucas felt the blood he coughed up quickly froze as well as he glared at Akiji. At this moment, he was no longer conscious of his thoughts due to the extreme hypothermia he is experiencing. His whole vision was blurry and he was having a hard time staying awake. Before confronting Akiji, Lucas thought he could win. He can control clouds as they have water properties in them. Using the same logic, he should be able to control ice, which is made of water, as well, right? Well, that is certainly right. The problem is, Akiji can control the ice itself directly. Controlling the water is pointless when another is controlling the ice. Not to mention that Akiji's control over his powers had already reached an extreme level in and of itself. There wasn't even some kind of tug of war, it has only been Akiji pulling him along. Lucas knew that he had grown quite arrogant with his abilities and had taken it for granted. Especially when it keeps evolving and adapting when he needs it to. In the back of his mind, he thought that no matter what happens, his ability would kick in and he would be okay at the end of the day. How laughable. Lucas was angry at himself to the point of wanting to laugh. Who knows if he was still conscious of his own thoughts or not, but his eyes still contained some light as he glared at Akiji. Suddenly, Akiji heard sizzling sounds coming from Lucas. Ararara, using your body heat to generate hot water? Good move, but it's still not hot enough. The sizzling sound stopped and Lucas was now completely covered in ice. Akiji looked at the frozen Lucas once more and shook his head. A cold white mist appeared from his mouth as he sighed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard a sizzling sound once again. This time, it was louder and hotter than before. Oh! He was in no rush as he calmly waited for the outcome. Soon, Lucas' body was once more free from the ice. He gasped for breath while coughing heavily. His body seemed to have a hue of red as it sizzled and generated steam. Looking at his appearance, Lucas thought how similar he looked to Luffy's own Gear Second. However, the two of them are different. Though Luffy's Gear Second does generate heat as well, its main application is being able to move extremely fast. Lucas' current appearance, however, does not affect his speed at all. It really only turns his water into hot water. Lucas felt his own heat and looked back at Akiji with a serious expression. Not enough. This degree of heat isn't enough. If Lucas were to name and categorize this move, it would be Burn! First degree heat man. This degree of heat is enough to make someone wince in pain and burn their skin slightly. But it wasn't enough to fight an Iceman. Naturally, Akiji could feel this as well, which was why he still looked calm and relaxed. Quite an interesting ability you have there. Akiji didn't mind that Lucas wasn't responding to him and instead fell silent, as if in deep thought. Finally, he nodded. How about we make a deal here? A deal? Right. Initially, Straw Hat Luffy by himself is not a problem. The problem appeared when Nico Robin joined your crew. We have to reassess the threat and danger you all now possess. This is the curse of Nico Robin. And then there's you. The devil fruit user who is said to command the seas and overturn the ocean. You may not realize it yourself, but you are the greatest threat in the Grand Line. Your powers is too big for a small pirate crew to bear. Your point? Lucas gritted his teeth. He can already tell where this conversation is going. Sure enough, he was right. Join the Marines. Become a Shichibukai. As it happens, there is one slot open. A fellow named Blackbeard was supposed to take over, but then we received news that you had already killed him. In return, us admirals will not directly fight the Straw Hats. In other words, everything else is fair as long as the admirals didn't make a move themselves? Why can't you give them complete immunity? They are still a threat with or without you. But without you, an admiral doesn't need to make a move. Lucas, for the first time since coming to this world, can't help but regret that he chose to follow Luffy and the others. If he had not been with them from the start, things would have been the same. They would still beat Crocodile. They would still reach the Sky Island. They would still defeat Enel. Even here, they would survive against Aokiji. In the original story, Aokiji was here solely because he wanted to check up on Robin and Luffy. He never meant to kill or capture them here. But with Lucas' involvement, the story had already progressed differently. Sure, some aspects may be the same. But the workings behind the scenes had already changed long ago. From Aokiji's words, they seem to have been watching him closely since he revealed his water powers in Alabasta. This was probably the main reason for his bounty as well. If it was like this, maybe it would be for the best if he separates from Luffy? When Lucas thought of that, his fists clenched. Aokiji saw that Lucas wasn't in a hurry to refuse, which meant that he is indeed considering his proposal. He smiled and turned to leave as he tossed a small dendon mushi to Lucas. The next island is Water 7. When you've made your decision, contact me. What is it you really want with me? You know, even if I agree, my loyalty would still belong to the Straw Hats, not the Marines. You should know that I will do whatever I can to protect them from behind the scenes. So why do you still want to recruit me? Lucas asked as he was truly confused. The conditions that Aokiji gave him was certainly enough to make him agree. But he can't understand why the Marines would go to such lengths just for him. Aokiji thought for a moment before answering. It seems Sengoku's planning something big. That's all I can tell you now. Besides, it's not like the other Shichibukai have no other agendas. Hearing that, Lucas was surprised. It can't be. This early. Are the Marines planning on moving against Whitebeard already? But Ace shouldn't be captured this time around? So why? How? Seeing that Lucas was no longer asking him questions, Aokiji left without another word. Lucas just continued to stand there, thinking over his options and figuring out the best course of action for him. He thought about it for over an hour, then another hour, and another. In the end, he still can't make up his mind. It was already night time. The games and battles between the Straw Hats and Foxy Pirates have long ended with Luffy's win. Right now, they were preparing a feast to celebrate. It was only now that Lucas decided to come back to the ship to rest when he met Luffy and the others, already eating dinner. Ah! Lucas! You missed out all the fun. Lucas! Where have you been? If you participated in the first round, things would be easier. Hearing Luffy and Nami call out to him, Lucas paused. He wondered if he should tell them about what just happened. No. Knowing Luffy, he will definitely be against the idea of him leaving and becoming a Shichibukai. He wouldn't even entertain the idea of the consequences if Lucas stays with them. Which is why Lucas simply smiled at them. Well, I thought I'd have some quiet training for a moment. I trust that you guys can handle those pirates anyway. Shishishi. It was easy. What easy? You nearly lost, you idiot. But I won, didn't I? Lucas quietly watched them bicker at each other and wondered if he would still be able to see such a scene in the future. Lucas doesn't want to leave this fun and idiotic crew, but he may just have to if he wants them to be able to be as strong as they were in the original story. He wasn't joking when he said that he wanted Luffy to be the Pirate King, so right now, what Lucas needs to do is pave the way for him. Anything that gets in the way, kill. At the side, Zoro seemed to have noticed the change in Lucas' eyes. He looked at Lucas silently and decided to approach him when there's an opportunity later. He didn't have to wait long. Soon, Lucas had returned to the ship while the rest of the crew were still partying outside on the island. Robin noticed Zoro following Lucas on the ship and became curious as she saw Lucas' expression earlier. Silently, she waved her hand slightly and an ear popped out from Zoro's back, hidden from sight. In the cabin, Lucas slumped down on the bed with a heavy sigh. Thinking about what happens in the future tires him out, so he just wished to sleep it off at the moment. Just as he was about to doze off, Zoro entered. What happened? Lucas looked at Zoro and sighed once again. Guess I can't really hide anything from you, huh? Since he was here, Lucas figured it should be fine to tell Zoro instead. Unlike Luffy, Zoro is still more reliable when it comes to something like this. Are you aware about the Marine Admirals? Not much. Well, there are 3 of them. All of them are Logia Devil Fruit users, Akainu, who are the Magma Fruit, Kizaru, who ate the Light Fruit, and Akiji, who ate the Ice Fruit. All 3 of them are simply too powerful. Zoro fell silent. He knew how hard to deal Logia Fruit users are. They were lucky with Enel being lightning, as Luffy can counteract him. But what about the others? How were they supposed to fight a man made of magma? Or light? Or ice? However, Zoro was also confused about why Lucas would bring this up now. Akiji was on this island earlier today. After hearing what Lucas said, Zoro's eyes widened. An admiral. On this island. Isn't this too much? Right now, they should quickly get the crew ready to leave. Lucas saw Zoro panic and showed a weak smile. It's alright, he's gone now. Lucas, did you defeat him? Far from it. I nearly died. This time, Zoro was truly worried about what happened. While they were goofing off and playing games with the Foxy Pirates, Lucas was alone fighting an admiral. He gritted his teeth in anger. Why didn't you tell us? We could have backed you up. We would have been dead. Seeing Zoro become agitated, Lucas coldly cut his words. Zoro froze. He truly has no way of refuting that. That's why I didn't tell you. I thought I could handle it, but he's simply too powerful. Even if I'm made of water, he can still freeze me. Then how come you're alive? Zoro asked hesitantly. If what Lucas said was true, then why is he still alive now? And why did the Admiral leave? Lucas hesitated for a moment as well before finally sighing and spoke. It seems that my powers are something the Marines need. He gave me a deal. Replace Crocodile to become Shichibukai. In return, the Admirals won't personally deal with you guys. Just as he finished saying that, the door snapped open. Bullshit! Are you really gonna accept that? Sanji was originally going to get ingredients in the kitchen when he overheard Zoro and Lucas speaking. Actually, he only planned to silently listen, but after hearing Lucas, he couldn't take it anymore. Lucas sighed. What am I supposed to do? You haven't seen what Akiji can do. As you all are, you can't beat him. But that doesn't mean you should accept his offer. Did you already accept? Zoro asked as well. No. Not yet. But I do plan on accepting once we reach the next island. Are you sure about this? Lucas. Once you do this, Luffy will hate you for it. Hearing Zoro's cold voice, Lucas wavered a bit but still decided. I am prepared for that, at least he would be alive to hate me. Zoro looked at Lucas in the eye for a while before nodding. Fine. Then? What's the real plan? Zoro! You can't possibly be Plan? What plan? Sanji was about to lash out to Zoro as well for agreeing, but then paused when he heard the latter part of what he said. Lucas smiled wryly. He really can't hide anything from Zoro. The situation is like this. From what Akiji said, the Marines seem to be planning something big. I fear that they are going to war with one of the Yonko. Lucas started to explain his plan. From how he sees it, since the Marines are willing to use him, they should also get ready to be used by him. Right now, Lucas has no idea if they really did still capture Ace or not. If they did, joining them would easily grant him access to this information. And based on what he will learn, he will take action himself or somehow relay the information to Zoro and the crew. After a while, Sanji lit up another cigarette and sighed. Fine, I won't say anything to the others for now. Damn, are admirals so free nowadays that they just leave their HQ to recruit someone? Lucas shook his head. It seems that he originally came here for Luffy and Robin as well. This was also why we fought. I can understand Luffy since he's the captain and a troublemaker, but why Robin? Well, in any case, he only said that he won't personally get involved. So the Marines might send someone else to take her away. You all should be careful. Lucas decided not to tell them about Robin's background as it was not his secret to tell. Plus, they would get suspicious about where he got that information. As such, he could only vaguely hint that the CP9 may get involved. Sanji grinned. Heh, don't worry. I wouldn't let anything happen to Robin-chan. As long as we're not up against an admiral, we can take care of it. Lucas nodded and grinned as well. I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have easily decided to accept Akiji's offer. They are still underestimating you guys. While the three of them continued to talk about their plan, the ear that sprouted on Zoro's back silently disappeared. In the distance, Robin had heard everything that Lucas had said. Her hands clenched into a fist as she bit her lip. Her fault, it's her fault again. Once more, will this crew also be destroyed because of her? The next moment, her expression returned to normal as she convinced herself. Survive, in the end, all that matters is she survives. Everything else doesn't matter. Even if it means using others. Suddenly, the bet she made with Nami resurfaced in her mind. Right, since the bet, they have already visited 3 islands, the next island would be the 4th and last according to the bet. A helpless smile appeared on her face. It would seem that none of them would win the bet. Chapter 22, Promise. The next day, Luffy found an old man stuck in a long stilt on the island. It seems the old man was stuck there for years and unable to get down due to the height. Thankfully, he was able to survive since the trees here were also tall and he was able to live from the fruits. Lucas' face twitched after hearing how ridiculous that was. He also thought how the hell did this old Gramps pee or take a dump and couldn't help but look warily on the ground. Anyway, thanks to the old man, they knew the name of this island was called Long Ring Island. The name was like that because this plain field they were standing on is simply a part of the island. The whole island is shaped like a ring, with hills tall enough that it would look like a separate island when the water tide is high enough. The old man belonged to a tribe that would keep rotating their homes on these tall hills. One day, this old man decided to play on the stilt which grew quite fast and he was left behind. Since that was the case, Luffy decided to have the old man on board and they would set sail around Long Ring Island until they find his tribe. Lucas thinks this was pointless but didn't stop Luffy. He can still use this time to train. It took them 4 days to finally find the tribe the old man belonged to. During this time, Lucas was imparting all he knew about observation hockey to Zoro and Sanji. He would also play with Luffy with the blindfold game from time to time to hone Luffy's skills. With his talent and protagonist luck, he should learn observation hockey fast, somehow, probably. He also had Usopp try being blindfold and aiming. Who knows, maybe this guy would also learn observation hockey somehow. As for Chopper, Lucas had heard just remembering it, when he asked Chopper to try, Chopper was only cutely swinging a stick while going "Ei! Ei! Ei!" Naturally, none of his hits reached anything at all. However, it was funny so he secretly recorded a video of it. It could be considered as watching cats on YouTube. He can use it to relieve stress someday. Then there's Nami and Robin. Speaking of this, Lucas' head hurt even more. When he blindfolded Robin, she just waved her hands and an eye appeared on the blindfold. As for Nami, he had to keep betting with her just so she would agree. The bet was that if she could hit him once while blindfolded, he would give her 1 million belly. The result? Nami would suddenly show her cleavage or lift her skirt a bit. And then, each time, would be followed with a slap. Lucas has no way of fighting back. If there's no bet, Nami would just pretend to try. Only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji had real progress. Zoro and Sanji were serious as they knew that Lucas was about to leave, and they also wanted to get stronger. As for Luffy, he's just a natural when it comes to using his instincts. Robin also knew about Lucas' little plan but decided to feign ignorance. After dropping off the old man to his tribe, the crew once more set sail to the seas and on to the next island. The travel this time is surprisingly quite relaxed. 3 more days passed like this quietly and calmly. In this time, Lucas continued his training and he even had Luffy try a couple of moves. Well, when he explained Gear Second, Luffy didn't understand it one bit, so Lucas can only give up explaining using words. It is now the 3rd day since they left Long Ring Island. Nami was wearing a one-piece dress and was relaxing on the deck. The weather is nice today. Nami I swan. Nami decided to ignore the fact that Sanji came over while swirling and twirling and looked at the plate he was holding instead. This is a potato pail, my newest invention. Would you like to try some? Nami took a bite and said, delicious. I can die happy. Sanji faced the seas and shouted. For some reason, there were waves that hit the edge of the ship in the background. Suddenly, Nami took another piece and handed to the person beside her. Lucas, give it a try. It's delicious. Lucas was surprised, and just as he opened his mouth, Nami already fed him with the pail. Seeing Lucas being fed by Nami, Sanji was angered. Lucas, goddamn you. Shut up, bastard. I'm trying to sleep here. Hearing Sanji shout nonsense again, Zoro woke up and snapped at Sanji. Shut it, Mr. Cactus. My Nami Swan is being stolen from me. What's that? Dartboard. D-dash, what was that? Dartboard eyebrow. What? Lucas saw that Sanji's anger was redirected to Zoro and sighed. He looked curiously at Nami, seemingly hesitating something. Nami saw his look and only presented another piece. Want more? That, Nami? Is there something wrong? Why is this orange-haired demon suddenly giving him free things? Something is definitely up. Sigh, I'm not blind, you know. Lately, you seem to be pushing yourself and everyone with this play training of yours, so you tell me. What's wrong? Lucas fell silent, before sighing and lying back down. He closed his eyes and said, It's nothing. Nami pouted. How is it nothing? Look at you. Look at how you're acting. How is it nothing? Nami was angry. She didn't care about his reaction anymore and pulled his ear along. And Nami. Wait. That hurts. Being dragged by the ear, Lucas winced in pain. Of course, he can just turn to water, but he felt that if he were to do that, then Nami will truly be angry. She might not hit him anymore, but the feelings and relationship between the two will never be the same again. Helplessly, Lucas can only follow behind her and wait for his judgment. On the way, they passed by Luffy and the others who looked at them curiously. What's this? What's happening? Lucas, you angered Nami again? You shouldn't learn from Sanji, Lucas. I didn't do anything. Lucas wanted to yell out but only sighed. Nami pushed the pail to Luffy to shut him up. Food! What's this? Pail. With potato. Don't let anyone near the cabin. Roger. Luffy. Just who is the captain here? Lucas stared at Luffy dumbfoundedly as he defends the door as Nami slams it close. Once they were alone inside, Nami threw Lucas to the bed. Confused, Lucas can only ask. And Nami? Why does it feel like I'm going to get raped? Lucas sweated. Though in his mind, it is actually fine if it was Nami, but that's beside the point. Nami glared at him and got close. Lucas' heart skipped a beat seeing her so close. He can feel her breath on his face and her smell, she still smells of oranges. You're going to tell me what's happening right now. Or I will yell rape. Damn! This is too savage. Just who is raping who in this situation? Lucas wanted to ask but didn't dare to. However, they were still in the ocean. Lucas doesn't know if he should really tell Nami right now. Who knows just what she'll do. It would only make things complicated, and they still have to reach the next island for Lucas to leave and relieve the awkward air by then. Nami saw that Lucas still refused to talk and was about to yell. "Aramum." When Lucas saw that she was really gonna yell, he gritted his teeth and pushed his own lips against Nami's to silence her. Faced with the sudden kiss, Nami's eyes widened. She tried to let go, but Lucas was quick. He held her head and continued the kiss. Soon, he went as far as sticking his tongue in. Nami went dizzy with the intense kiss, but refused to be defeated, so she responded in kind. As such, the two were locked in an intense battle in their lips. Nami's face went red and her thoughts became blurry. Somehow, she managed to separate the two of them, but in the process, she pushed Lucas down. Their posture right now is quite suggestive. Not to mention that their faces are red and seemingly in heat. Nami looked down at Lucas for a moment. She could feel something rising from below her as well and remembered the incident in the past. The two stared at each other while heavily breathing. Both of them seemed to be waiting on the other to make the first move. Nami saw that Lucas was still hesitating and become angry again. She didn't care anymore and started to kiss him in protest. For a moment, Lucas decided to forget everything. Forget about his home world. Forget about Akiji and his deal. Forget about being a Shichibukai and leaving the crew. Lucas didn't let go of Nami's lips in fear of her screaming and moaning too loud. Nami wildly tore off his shirt and removed his pants while holding Lucas down. Soon, they began another round of a different kind of battle. Outside the cabin, Luffy and the rest couldn't hear any voices, but they can hear slapping and thudding sounds. Wow! Lucas isn't even screaming after being tortured by Nami. Damn, hear how loud those slaps are. Is she gonna kill Lucas? Lucas, may your soul rest in peace. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper all prayed for Lucas. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji let out a cold sweat. Since they also knew about Lucas' secret, they feared that the two of them will also be subjected to torture after Lucas if he decided to spill the beans. In their minds, they also prayed. Lucas! You damn better not say anything. When you die, we will explain to Akiji, so rest easy, and don't say a word. It was a good thing Lucas was too busy and he also can't hear their thoughts. Otherwise, he may just cough out blood. At the side, Robin was curious about what was happening and summoned an eye to sprout behind the cabin's door. Soon after, she blushed. Okay Nami, this is your win. You sure are daring to do this while the crew's all awake. After an hour of torture, the door snapped open and everyone quickly looked. They saw Nami's face red from anger and her clothes a bit disheveled, but she was stomping away angrily. Next, they saw Lucas weakly follow behind her. He was only wearing his pants. As for his shirt, it was already torn by Nami and the others can only see the various scratch marks on his body. Everyone instantly paled. God! Just what kind of torture did he undergo? There's even a red slap mark on his face. Robin, who knew exactly what happened inside, blushed heavily. God! Nami is too wild. However, she is confused why Nami is still angry. It can't be that she's dissatisfied. Though briefly, Robin had seen Lucas' thing down there. Naturally, Lucas doesn't know what she's thinking, but if he did, who knows what he'll do. Lucas sighed seeing Nami ignore him and remembered the incident a while ago. After the two tussled for an hour, Nami laid weakly on top of him. She asked, "The two of us are already like this, why won't you tell me if something's wrong?" Lucas looked at her eyes, which seemed to cry in a few moments. He gritted his teeth and finally came clean. She was right. Their relationship had already gotten to this point. It would be too unfair for her if he didn't tell her. So he told her about Akiji and his deal to him. When Nami first heard that he had fought with an admiral, she panicked and got worried. But after listening through the whole story and that he planned to agree, her whole body trembled. Why did you agree? It's the only way for you all to be safe. Don't give me that shit. What about you? Then, she gave him a loud slap and stormed away after quickly fixing her clothes. Lucas had to quickly pull up his pants in fear of others seeing. Though, he couldn't get his shirt anymore since Nami tore it. Sometimes, he can't help but wonder why Nami is strong at times, but weak most of the time. He also had to hurriedly clean the place with his ability as there were various kinds of liquids here and there. Lucas turned to Zoro. "Zoro, can I borrow some clothes?" "Sure." While looking at him in pity, Zoro went to the cabin and got him a spare shirt. Though Zoro normally wears a white shirt, he still has other shirts. Now, Lucas wore a collared shirt with red and black stripes. As Zoro was handing the shirt to Lucas, he asked softly, "Did you tell her?" "Yeah." Sanji was nearby, so he also heard. The two of them instantly went pale. "Ah, everyone should be hungry. I'll go cook something." I'm gonna go catch a fish then." The two quickly escaped. Lucas looked at them and was confused about why they were acting like that. Then, Robin walked towards him and gave him a weird look. No, it's nothing." Robin quickly retreated as well. Confused why everyone was reacting that way, Lucas sighed and shook his head. Anyway, he needs to deal with Nami's issue first. He only looked away for a moment and he can't see her anymore. After thinking a bit, he spread his observation haki to look for her. Once he did, he looked up. Nami was there on the observation deck at the top of the mast. He made his wings reappear and flew. Nami felt a shadow block the sun and looked up. She saw Lucas, looking at her worryingly. "Why are you still here? Just hurry and fly away." Lucas was silent. He extended his hand to her and said, "Take my hand." Nami was still angry at him and didn't want to. But when she remembered that she may not see Lucas again, she gave in and took his hand. Lucas smiled and pulled her to him as he flew high up in the air. "Ever since I got these wings, I've always wanted to carry you up here. It's beautiful." Nami watched the horizon divide the sky and the seas and can't help but wonder just how truly big this world is. "I remember, you mentioned that your dream is to map out the whole world?" "Yeah. My dream is to make sure everyone I care about to be happy and live as they want, so I will make sure this dream of yours come true. One day, someday, I will take you to see the whole world." Nami looked away from the scenery and looked into his eyes. "Promise me." "I promise." Suddenly, Nami's face closed in and gave him a long kiss. Nami smiled. "I've sealed this promise. You can't take it back. Otherwise, you will have to pay with your life." Hearing this, Lucas gave his signature wry smile. "I won't break it even if I die." Chapter 23, Water 7. After sealing the promise, Lucas told Nami about the plan. To which, Nami agreed to cooperate. The two of them went back down to deck just in time for something to occur. "It's a frog." "A giant frog is swimming in freestyle." Luffy shouted in shock as he looked at the sea beside them. Usopp was still busy eating and didn't see the frog, so he was dubious to hear about it. "Dude, Luffy, frogs don't swim in freestyle dash." "Ah." "It does." Only when he turned around that he saw the frog was really swinging its arms as if swimming in freestyle. Lucas also saw it and can't help but think how weird the frog looked to be swimming like that. It was fine watching it in the anime, but to see it for real, well, it was quite a sight indeed. "Everyone, let's catch him. Take out the paddles. Full speed ahead. 2 o'clock. Lucas! Go and catch it." "Ah." Luffy ordered Lucas when he saw his wings and suddenly remembered there was a guy here who can both fly and control water. Hearing Luffy's order, Lucas nearly stumbled. "What the heck? There's no way I'm touching going anywhere near that thing." Usually, Lucas is fine with gore and such stuff, but he's no good with frogs. Naturally, there was a reason for it. Back in high school, they used to have a class about dissecting frogs. At first, he was still fine with it. He thought he can handle it. They were in pairs. And by some weird stroke of luck, he was paired with the beauty transfer student. When the time to actually dissect the frog came, well, it was a hot classroom at the time due to some malfunction in the air conditioners. Lucas was already dizzy with the heat, coupled by the soon-to-be dissected frog's image in his head, and the beauty's body sticking so close to him, he fainted. This had caused such a trauma for Lucas regarding frogs, but it wasn't to the extent that he would faint when seeing one. As long as he doesn't get near it, it was fine. At this moment, Lucas was even tempted to just drag that frog down to the depths of the ocean. Anyway, he had to change the subject fast. Lucas looked around and saw something in the distance. Ah! Look! There's a lighthouse over there. HM? That's true. Why is there a lighthouse in the middle of nowhere? I wonder who lives there. Nami took out a pair of binoculars and saw the lighthouse too. Just as Lucas predicted, Luffy was distracted. Hearing about the lighthouse, Luffy asked, "Did you find an island?" "No, just a lighthouse." "But the log pose isn't pointing to it." "What about the frog?" "Where is it?" "Okay, I forgot Luffy's attention span is quite small." Lucas shouted, "No way! The frog is going in the direction of the lighthouse as well." Robin said and saw Lucas glaring at her. She smiled teasingly at him and turned away. This girl. Lucas' face twitched and couldn't help but thought if he had offended her somehow. I don't even remember angering her. Why is she going against me? Meanwhile, Sanji seemed to be preparing something in the kitchen while muttering. "First, you wash the frog with white wine. Then you coat it with flour and fry it. There's no way I am eating that." This time, Lucas really paled. "No! Even if it's delicious, I am not eating a frog." Lucas gritted his teeth and felt that he was facing something worse than Akiji. Actually, he wished that Akiji just kept him frozen as an ice sculpture. That way, he won't be facing this situation now. Luffy didn't care about him though. Full speed ahead. Ugh! What the hell is wrong with all of you? Ah! God! Please do something. As if hearing his prayer, a familiar sound could be heard from the distance. It was getting louder by the second. This sound, it was like the sound of a steam engine train? Ah! Hey! Hold up everyone! Do you hear a strange noise? Sanji heard it too and quickly asked everyone. Eh? What is that? Oh! The frog stopped. Jero Jero. Suddenly, just when the frog stopped in a certain area on the sea, a huge mass of metal blowing off smoke from a pipe at the front arrived with a fast speed. This is really a steam engine train. Wow! Something's up ahead. Back! Back! Turn 180 degrees. Lucas knew that they were about to hit the train as well and quickly controlled the water to turn the ship. Just in time, the steam train blew past behind them. Wah! Just like the trains from Lucas' homeworld, this steam train here moved extremely fast and they could feel the wind brush past them as the train sped off behind. What was that? Jero! Ah! Hey! Frog, get out of there! What are you doing? Luffy panicked when he saw the frog still not leaving and seemingly wanting to clash head-on with the steam train. What's that big metallic thing? A ship! No, with its shape, it shouldn't be able to sail on the sea. Nami and the others paled at the sight of the fast and heavy-looking steam train. This must be the first time they even see a train. Jero! The frog croaked and readied itself to clash with the train. And then, okay, in fact, everyone knows what will happen. The frog obviously lost and was blown away. Wah! He got hit. As if it was nothing at all, the train just continued to move forward without minding what just happened. That ship was blowing smoke. Chopper's mouth was still open from his shock. Lucas looked back at the lighthouse and spoke. There's someone here. Granny! Granny! Pirates! What? Really, Chimney? Alright, hold on. Hearing the noise from the lighthouse, everyone started to become cautious. However, they only saw a little kid, a bunny, and a drunken old woman. Ah, what were you yelling about? I forgot. Hick dash. You're too damn drunk. Zoro and Usopp retorted. Zoro sighed and removed his hand from his sword. After everyone was settled, Sanji handed some more of his pail to the kid and drunk old woman. The little kid was called Chimney, while the drunk old woman was Kokoro. Oh, and the bunny, which they called was a cat, is named Gondy. Luffy, being the way he was, introduced himself. I'm Luffy. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Lucas brought his palm to his face when he heard that. What kind of pirate introduces themselves like that? Oh wait, he also introduced himself as someone from another world before. Lucas froze, then decided that there was nothing wrong with Luffy or him. Nami asked the two. Chimney, that was a steam-powered boat, right? But with its shape, how was it able to float? You've never seen it before? I guess you don't see that anywhere else in the world. That's a sea train. Its name is Puffing Tom. Puffing Tom? The little girl grinned as she explained. It's a steam-powered car that moves on the railroad in the sea. Lucas raised a brow when he heard her explain. Judging from what she said, there are cars in this world. Lucas tried to remember if he ever saw a car in the One Piece manga but can't remember any. Oh wait, does Frankie General count? After thinking about it, Lucas decided that there are indeed cars in this world. At least, it's possible to have one with their level of technology. It's probably just not popularized as the Grand Line is mostly ocean. A railroad. Yeah. It's just beneath the surface of the water. The train moves from island to island every day, transporting between islands. Sometimes it transports mails and packages too. Everyone looked at the water and indeed saw a track just a bit beneath it. Lucas looked at it as well and thought what would happen if a sea king were to bite it off. Wow! There really is a railroad. Yes. And you sailed right onto the railroad. That was dangerous. But no matter how you warn, the frog wouldn't understand. Then you ram it flying. That was rude, plus, he was our prey. Lucas sweated. Damn Luffy! I'm not eating a frog. Chimney saw the frog too and sighed. Ah, his name is Yakajina. He has been a nuisance for a long time. He likes to compete his strength with others, and he has been trying to beat the train. He wouldn't die from a crash like that. He will come back again. Lucas feels a bit dizzy hearing about frogs again, so he decided to go back to the ship. Anyway, he already knows what they would do next, might as well train some more. After a while, Luffy went back on board as well and announced their destination. Water 7, the City of Water. After Kokoro handed a simple map and a letter of recommendation, the crew started to set off. Let's go! Thanks for the info, Kokoro and Chimney. Get ready to set sail, crew. Lucas also moved to help set sail. This might be the last time he would be able to be with them, after all. Luffy was still without a care though. Let's go to the City of Meat. Were you listening at all? Sanji grinned. Luffy, leave the carpenter's search to me. I'll definitely find us the hottest babe around. Stupid! We need a super big man to be our mechanic. He has to be at least 5 meters tall. That's too much, Luffy. He wouldn't fit into our little ship. Lucas can't help but wonder if this was a foreshadowing of General Frankie. That thing is huge. Zoro shook his head. None of that matters. As long as he or she is a good carpenter, the main concern should be whether or not anyone will want to join a group of pirates. As for Chopper, he was still as optimistic as ever. It's so exciting. We're going to meet new friends. Yup. We were lucky too. We got a map to start us off. She said to go to the marked location to find someone called Iceberg. Nami opened the map that Kokoro gave her and nodded. Oh, I see, it's a completely useless sketch. The paper only had a simple hill, and an arrow at the left side. Lucas immediately retreated away from her, lest he is pummeled again for no reason. At the side, Luffy was still trying to convince everyone to get a 5-meter-tall carpenter. Lucas saw Robin watching them silently as well and sighed. It seems, things will still go as what happened in the original story. The day passed by with Luffy and the rest goofing about normally. Only Zoro and Sanji seemed to be training themselves as they knew Lucas would soon be leaving them. They can't keep relying on his powers, they need to get stronger as well. Nighttime, Lucas volunteered to be the night watch to make sure they were still headed in the right direction. He was looking at the distance, seemingly lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, the door to the cabin opened up and he saw Luffy leading drowsily. "Luffy? What's up?" I don't know. I just woke up and can't fall asleep." Luffy tilted his head as he was also confused. Normally, he would be able to sleep so easily, but this time, there seems to be something bothering him but he doesn't know what. Lucas showed a wry smile and looked back at the sea. Since he can't fall asleep, Luffy joined him as well. The two just stood there quietly for a long time. Eventually, Lucas spoke up. "Luffy. When I look at how big the ocean is, it makes me wonder how lucky I am that you were able to pull me out back then." "Shishishi, that sure was a surprise, huh?" "Yeah." Seeing Luffy grin, Lucas also laughed and smiled. The two watched as the sun rose from the sea and marked the start of a new day. When all the crew woke up, everyone started to busy themselves as they should be arriving soon. As expected, they are now able to see the island from a distance. "Hey, is that Water 7? Land ho! Land who? Everyone, start rowing." "No, that's a waste of energy." Lucas smiled and controlled the water instead to make them sail faster. "Shishishishi. Nice one, Lucas." When they were close, everyone looked up with excited gazes. "Wow! Fascinating. Woo! Pretty. Ho ho." Lucas also took a picture as the island truly looked beautiful. When one looks at the island as a whole, it looks like a huge fountain. There was even water coming out from the top and falling down like a real fountain. "That's so cool. A giant fountain. Man, that looks like a metropolis. No wonder the sea train goes here." Nami then noticed they were already near but can't see the dock. "Look, it says Blue Station over there, so where's the dock? Maybe it's on the other side?" Then, a fisherman at the side called out. "Hey! You there?" "Yeah. Pirates can't go in from the front like that. Go from the back." The citizens don't even fear pirates, heck, he even advised them to go from the back. "Okay. Thanks." Then, another person called out. "Hey! You can't anchor your ship there. What are you here for? Robbery?" "No, we just want to find a carpenter." "Did he just ask if they want to rob him?" "Head that way until you see a small peninsula. You can anchor there." "Okay. Thanks." Soon, they reached the small peninsula mentioned and dropped the anchor. While they were preparing to head out, Nami asked, "Why aren't the people here afraid of the pirates?" "That's probably because pirates only come here for repairs. Maybe they have very strong guys to fight any pirates if necessary." "No doubt about that. There must be strong guys everywhere in a big city like this." Usopp was instantly frightened when he heard Sanji. "For real? Then isn't it dangerous here?" "It should be fine since we're all customers." Really? Okay. Let's go." Hearing that there should be no danger, Usopp and Luffy started to run off when Nami quickly stopped them. "Hold on! Luffy! Usopp! You're going to follow me." "Where to?" Being stopped, Luffy and Usopp pouted and asked. "First, we'll take Kokoro's letter and find the man named Iceberg. We'll ask him and see if we can have the new ship to be built. We also need to find a place to exchange our gold for money." "Okay. All right. Enough talking. Let's go to Water 7. With Luffy on the lead, the three of them walked towards the city. Nami turned around and looked at Lucas one last time, knowing that this may really be the last time. Lucas saw her look and smiled as he nodded in her direction. Nami sighed but also smiled back before hurriedly following Luffy. Soon after, Robin and Chopper also left to look around the city. Lucas' eyes narrowed and followed behind them. Before Lucas leaves the crew, he would see if he can resolve Robin's issue first, otherwise, he would be too worried when he leaves. The crew may not need Lucas, but they definitely need Robin. Chapter 24, Goodbye. As the three of them entered the city, Chopper was in his reindeer form while looking around excitedly. Currently, they've reached the market district. The crystal clear water and sidewalk are all so nice. Chopper then saw a shop with a lot of masks. Wow! What's that, Robin? So many faces. That's a mask shop. Did Chopper think those were real faces hung on the walls? Didn't you see a lot of people wearing such masks pass us by? Ah. They were wearing masks. No wonder they looked so weird. Lucas smiled helplessly. This Chopper really thought those were real faces. Robin continued to explain. One of the stops of the sea train is the San Furuto Island. There is a costume party taking place there. Eh? How did you know? Everyone on the street was talking about it. You noticed those things too? Robin fell silent for a moment before answering. It's a force of habit. I've been doing that since I was a child. You're so awesome, Robin. Chopper was just like a child. He didn't understand what Robin said truly means and simply thought it was cool. Robin was caught off guard as well and hurriedly distracted Chopper as she didn't know what to say. Dr. San, look. There's a bookstore. Really? Can I go see? Of course. Go ahead. Robin giggled as she saw how excited Chopper was. At this moment, a masked man passed by Robin and muttered, CP9. Hearing this word, Robin froze up and was suddenly covered in sweat. Right behind her, Lucas also knew of this and stopped the masked man from walking. Hold it! Lucas and the masked man glared at each other while Robin was still frozen in place. Meanwhile, Chopper still had no clue what was happening and was simply excited about the bookstore. Robin! Lucas! I'll go in first, okay? Go ahead, Chopper. Don't run too far. Since Robin couldn't answer in her state, Lucas answered instead without removing his gaze on the masked man. With Chopper gone, Lucas's grip on the masked man tightened. It's okay, Lucas, let him go. Robin felt that things might escalate, so she stopped Lucas. Lucas looked at her for a second before removing his hand. The masked man looked at Lucas silently before leaving. Robin paused beside Lucas. Go back to the crew, they need you more than me. That's where you're wrong. Robin no longer said anything and left, leaving Lucas behind. Lucas clenched his fist hard as he hesitated whether he should follow or not. After this, Robin would be going with the CP9 and shoot Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7 and also one of the two disciples of Tom, thinking that he had the blueprints of the ancient weapon, Pluto. Due to this, the Straw Hats were framed as everyone believed they were the ones behind the attack. Going against the CP9 at this moment with his current identity would be problematic. Attacking them would suggest that I refuse the deal to become a Shichibukai, but he also can't just ignore them. It seems I need to contact Akiji and see if I can bargain about Robin instead. Once Lucas thought of this, he sighed and went away. If possible, he wanted to buy a small Den Mashi and hand it to Nami, but that the Marines have a way to intercept messages, so that's a no-go. Anyway, it doesn't matter as he had already told Nami and the rest about his plan. Lucas looked around to see if he can find a Vivre card but didn't find any. When reading the story of One Piece, Lucas has always been curious about the origins of the Vivre cards. It was said that a Vivre card is made from a person's fingernail. Afterwards, it is made into paper which can be torn and handed to someone so they will know your direction at all times, but how the hell does a fingernail turn into a paper? How exactly does one get their own personalized Viva card? Thinking about this, Lucas can only rub his temples and stop thinking about it. In any case, he can't find any, so no use was wasting time here. What he should do now is to say goodbye. HM? Oh yeah, at this time, Usopp would get beaten and their money would be stolen, right? Well, I guess I'll beat Frankie up a bit. Lucas changed direction and headed to the location of the Frankie's family headquarters. A corner in Water 7, Northeast Beach. Scrap Factory. Lucas looked at the weird house with a huge crescent moon on its roof and the name at the front door. Frankie House. Yep, this is the place. Since Lucas decided to destroy this place like in the original story, he decided to take a picture of it one last time. What? Anyway, Frankie will still join the Straw Hats, so he can show this to him when he gets back or something, maybe. Well then, guess I'll go knock first. At this moment, inside the Frank house. Wow! 500 million. 500 million. What do you think, bro? It's amazing. You guys did very well. Frankie laughed as he still wore a weird mask. With this much money, we can buy the thing that we always wanted. However, before they could even celebrate, there was a sudden loud explosion at the front door, followed by a relaxed voice. Boom! Knock knock. Appearing at the front door, Lucas didn't bother opening his wings and simply controlled a huge water pillar and had it directed at the door. Damn it! Who's that? Who dares to attack the Frankies? I'll say this nicely first. Hand over the money. Else, I'll have to schedule Aqua Laguna earlier for you guys. Aqua Laguna is basically a huge tsunami that will sink this island once every year, so they should be familiar with it. However, Frankie obviously didn't believe he could do such a thing. You think we're afraid of you? We wouldn't hand over the 500 million. 500 million? It wasn't 200 million? Lucas raised a brow at that. Guess they got more gold than the original. And that huge golden pillar is still not even included as it was too heavy to transport to the exchange. Seeing Frankie about to attack, Lucas sighed. If you want to blame someone, blame Oda for drawing your headquarters right beside the sea. Leviathan. Boom. At first, a thick water pillar rose up from the sea behind the house, then, the tip of the pillar started to deform, turning into a dragon's head. This wasn't just a simple shaping of water. Inside this water dragon, multiple torrents were spinning inside. Roar! The noise from the water made it seem as if a dragon was roaring as it devours the house. In no time at all, everyone apart from Lucas, now holding the briefcase of their money, was on the ground, unconscious. Lucas didn't kill any of them and powered down the torrents at the last minute. This should be enough to teach them a lesson for beating Usopp. Lucas sat on the broken crescent moon and saw 4 figures appearing at the distance. Chopper, Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji. Ah! Lucas! You already defeated them. Luffy saw Lucas and laughed while waving his hands. Zoro smiled as well and removed his hands from his swords. Sanji pulled out a new cigarette and lit it up. Chopper sighed before laughing as well. Amazing! Lucas! You took them out all by yourself. However, Lucas was still expressionless. He tossed the briefcases to Luffy and the others before finally speaking. I've decided, Luffy. I quit. Hearing Lucas' words, everyone's faces changed. Only Zoro and Sanji were a bit calmer as they were prepared for this situation. Chopper and Luffy, on the other hand, were completely unprepared. Luffy was silent as he was looking at Lucas, seemingly trying to figure out why he made that decision. Chopper asked while shaking. What do you mean, you quit? Lucas. Weren't we friends? I'm leaving the crew, Chopper. Why? Why do you need to leave? Is it something I did? Just tell us. Don't leave, Lucas. Lucas didn't change his expression, but inside, he still feels his heart being torn seeing Chopper cry like that. The world government had scouted me to fill in Crocodile's spot as a new Shichibukai. I know you wouldn't agree to it, so I'm leaving. Shichibukai. At this moment, Luffy spoke up. Lucas! Lucas looked at Luffy while still expressionless while Luffy glared at him. Is this what you really want? Tell me! Tell me you really want to leave. I don't know what you're expecting me to say, but if you want to hear it again, I'll say it again, Luffy. Lucas opened his wings and flew in front of Luffy. I quit. GH-. Luffy gritted his teeth hard. Lucas looked at him a bit more, before walking off. But Luffy isn't the type to simply give up. Wait! Lucas stopped. I'm the captain of this crew. I decide if you leave or not. You think you can stop me? Fight me! If I win, you're not leaving, Lucas. I challenge you to a duel. Lucas' eyes widened. He didn't think that the fight between Luffy and Usopp in the original story had actually happened to him and Luffy. It wasn't only him that was surprised. Zoro and Sanji panicked as well. This wasn't supposed to happen. Oi! Luffy! Stop it! Luffy! There's no need to fight. Shut up. This is my decision. Lucas gripped his fist so hard that it was about to bleed and his expression also hardened. After a while, he turned around and looked at Luffy in the eyes. Luffy, you look determined, but I hope you don't regret your decision later. This is what you want. Enough talk. Come. I'll beat some sense into you. Luffy began with a dash as his hands stretched backwards. Gomu Gomu no. Bazooka! Splash! Lucas looked at him with the same expression. His body was made of water. Naturally, this kind of attack didn't affect him one bit. Luffy gritted his teeth. Gomu Gomu no Gatling. Numerous fists hit Lucas, but the result was the same. Still, Luffy didn't give up. His legs stretched upwards. Gomu Gomu no Stamp. Boom! Dust exploded everywhere and covered the two of them. By the time the dust settled, Luffy was heavily breathing while Lucas was still standing with the same expression. Lucas clenched his fist as it turned into water. Water Fist. This was the same as Ace's Fire Fist, only Lucas uses water instead. Luffy was thrown all the way to the debris of the Frank house. When Lucas saw that he was about to stand up, he flew towards him and sent another water fist to him. Boost Water Fist. Boom! This time, Luffy flew past the debris and landed on the sea. Luffy! Zoro and the others panicked and quickly ran to save Luffy but stopped when they saw a water bubble lift Luffy up and land him on the ground in front of Lucas. Seeing Luffy gasp for breath with difficulty, Lucas wavered and kneeled down. Stupid, there's no way that you'd win. Lucas laughed bitterly as he thought how their roles had reversed from Luffy's fight with Usopp in the original story. After a while, he stood up and turned around. Remember this, Luffy, if you can't master the power to deal with Logia users, you will never be the Pirate King. Lucas picked up the straw hat that fell off from their fight and looked at it for a moment before tossing it back to Luffy. Goodbye, Luffy. Thank you for picking me up. Chopper dashed towards Luffy immediately to treat him. When Lucas walked past Zoro and Sanji, he paused. Take care of them. Is it worth it? All this. It doesn't matter if it's worth it or not, there's something you should know as well. Someone took Robin. They're from the government so I can't interfere, be careful. These guys are strong, but I believe you all can defeat them. Got it. As he said this, Lucas no longer delayed and walked away, without turning back. Chapter 25, CP9. While Lucas walked away, all of a sudden, the sky above them changed. When they looked up, they could see the previously black night turn bloody red. Seeing this, Lucas' face twitched. What the crisis? We're not even part of the DC universe. Then, just as the antimatter wave neared them, Lucas swore. F***CKUANTIMONA-. The entire world was disintegrated. Earth OP gone. To be continued on the Crisis of Infinite Earths. As Lucas walked away, streams of tears started to flow uncontrollably from his eyes. On the ground, Luffy's face was covered with the straw hat, yet from the side, one can see tears flowing down to his cheeks. Damn it. Going merry. On the ship, Zoro and Sanji carried Luffy back on the deck along with Chopper, who still can't stop crying. Seeing Luffy's condition, Nami immediately panicked. She didn't think that of all people, Luffy would be the one so injured. Luffy! What happened? Usopp also saw Luffy and tried to stand up with difficulty despite his own injuries. Luffy! Did those Frankie's bastard do this to you? Luffy didn't answer and simply walked towards Going Merry's head and sat there silently. Since Luffy wasn't going to answer, Sanji sighed a puff of smoke and explained. It was Lucas. Nami was shaken. She didn't think that it would end up like this. Usopp was also shocked. But more so confused. Why, what on earth just happened? Sanji, you're kidding, right? Why would Lucas do? He's our free dash. He's not our friend. Suddenly, Luffy shouted to interrupt Usopp. Nami shook again. She knew how much Lucas had sacrificed for their crew. If their friendship were to be, she was too afraid to think about it. How hurt would Lucas feel? Luffy. Don't say such things. Lucas, he dash. Shut up. Luffy shouted again. I don't need to hear the reason. This is his decision, and that doesn't change anything. Nami, Zoro, and Sanji looked at each other and sighed. All three of them knew why Lucas did this, but now that they can't tell it to the others, it was up to them to cooperate with the plan as best as they could. The next day, no one was able to sleep at all. Luffy just sat there the whole night, seemingly thinking of something. At this time, Nami shouted. Hey! Did you guys hear? That iceberg guy was shot last night. Ice-Asen was? Luffy turned to ask, before finally standing up to leave. Maybe he just wanted a distraction after what just happened. I'll go take a look. Wait! Luffy, I'll come with you. Worried about Luffy, Nami took off as well. On the other hand, Sanji looked at Zoro, who just sat there with his eyes closed. Something about what Lucas said bothers me. I'll go and look for Robin. You coming? No. I'll wait and see what happens next. Though confused, Sanji didn't bother asking him anymore and left as he was worried about what happened to Robin. Shift Station, north of Water 7. In the lighthouse that Luffy and the others had visited earlier. Chimney was playing around outside as the wind breeze felt cool. Kokoro is still chugging on her wine. It's Karok, the south wind, the waves are rougher as well. As she felt the wind, she understood the situation pretty well. The sea train is gonna have to stop tonight. Chimney! Gonbi! Get ready to go back to the island. Okay. Kokoro drank again and grinned. The Aqua Laguna is commandant. Back in Water 7, the speakers throughout the island had started to relay an announcement regarding the Aqua Laguna in order to warn the civilians to prepare. Still, there were a lot of people still loitering about outside of Galilaw's headquarters as they were worried about what happened to Iceberg. Nami and Luffy were also nearby. Wow, so many people. We can't get into the shipyard either. We're gonna have to meet with Ice-Asen eventually for the new ship. Nami also agreed with what Luffy said, so she turned to ask the others. Hey, excuse me, do you know how to get to the headquarters by any chance? HM? Ah, yeah. But it's useless. You have to go through the dock one door, but only selected reporters may enter. Everyone's here hoping to get any news firsthand. They're just so worried. As he said, a lot of the people here respected Iceberg as their mayor. As such, they feel uneasy about what happened last night. Since it was like that, the two of them decided to stay and wait as well. Soon, the people in front started cheering. When those from the back heard why, they also started to cheer. Hey! Iceberg-san woke up. Yay! Really? Wow! Nami sighed in relief as well with the good news. They still needed Iceberg for their new ship after all. But then, another piece of news arrived. Breaking news! Iceberg-san has discovered who the attackers are. Spread the word, and let's round up these criminals. We must not let them escape Water 7. So, who are these people who attacked Iceberg-san? Pirates! The Straw Hat Pirates. Suddenly, the people around Nami and Luffy turned to them. They stared at each other in silence for a few moments, before finally erupting. It's them! They're the ones who tried to kill Iceberg-san. Get them! Naturally, both Luffy and Nami have no idea what was going on either. Faced with a horde of civilians, Luffy grabbed Nami and stretched his arm to swing away. He has some kind of devil fruit ability. Quickly tell the people from Galila. The Straw Hat Pirates are here. On the roof of a tall building on the opposite side of the Galila headquarters, Luffy landed Nami down. I'll need to talk to Ice-Asen and straighten things out. Let me remind you that we're being chased. So find Iceberg's room first, then enter when no one dash. See you later. What? Luffy didn't bother with Nami anymore and stretched his arms to the headquarters building and shot towards the window. Nami just realized what he was up to and tried to stop him. Wait! Crash. Well, it was too late though. Luffy had already broken through the window of the headquarters. Naturally, everyone noticed him and started to give chase. Hearing all the commotion from the roof, Nami's palm touched her face in frustration. This idiot captain. Nami waited quietly while worrying about both Luffy and Lucas, who she has no idea where is now. After a few minutes, Luffy returned to her side. Luffy! Were you able to talk with Iceberg? He really did see Robin. He said that she was the one who shot him. Hearing that, Nami was shocked and confused. But why would Robin do such a thing? Luffy held onto his straw hat and stood up. I wouldn't believe it! The events that happened next were the same as what happened in the original story. That night, Luffy and the others infiltrated the headquarters again when they saw that some masked people had started to show up. At the end, they had a fight with the members of CP9 and lost miserably. Rewinding time for a bit, while all this was happening, Lucas had found a hotel and sat on the bed with a heavy sigh. He laid there and stared at the ceiling for a while before picking up the denden mushi that Akiji gave him. After some hesitation, Lucas contacted Akiji. I agree. Arara, I know you'll agree. You sure made quite the spectacle last night. Well then dash. On one condition. I don't want the CP9 to keep bothering Robin. For a while, Akiji was silent. Finally, Lucas heard a sigh from the other side of the denden mushi. What is it with Luffy, that you and that Robin go through such lengths to protect them? What do you mean? Lucas frowned and can't help but think if he had forgotten something. Nothing. Anyway, you don't seem to understand your situation. You're not the one making the deals here. Now that you've accepted, stand by and await further instructions. Toot! Seeing as the call had already disconnected, Lucas sighed. Bam! Angered at his own weakness, Lucas punched the wall beside him. Marines, world government, just you wait. You will regret ever inviting me to become a Shichibukai. Lucas stayed in his room and simply meditated. When it was night time, someone knocked on the door. Come in. The door opened and blonde slim woman wearing thin glasses and a black dress. This person must be one of the CP9 members working undercover as Iceberg's secretary, Califa. Despite seeing a beauty, Lucas' expression was stone cold. During this time as a Shichibukai, he would probably never smile again. Califa looked at Lucas for a moment before speaking. You must be Lucas? Don't ask if you already know the answer. Let's go. WH-. Lucas was already pretty annoyed from this morning and couldn't be bothered with her. Anyway, if she's here, then his task should be to escort them out to Annie's lobby along with Robin. As for Califa, she glared at the cold man who just ignored her but didn't say anything and simply followed. I'm an assassin, who cares what this punk pirate thinks? Califa tried to convince herself as they walked. Soon, they met up with the other members of CP9. The man with the rectangle Usopp nose, Kaku. The huge guy with bull-like hairdo, Bluino. And finally, the man with a top hat and a pigeon on his shoulder, Rob Lucci. Besides them, there was Robin wearing a hooded robe. Lucas only glanced at her for a moment before looking somewhere else. Bluino was carrying 2 sacks with their heads out. Kaku was also carrying a smaller sack. These two are Frankie and Usopp? Chopper seems to be here as well? Why is Usopp here? Wasn't he only caught in the original story because he left the crew and was stuck with Frankie? But Usopp shouldn't have any reason to leave the crew now, so why is he with Frankie? Actually, why is Chopper even here as well? What Lucas didn't know was that after he had left, earlier today, Usopp and Chopper still haven't given up on Lucas. They walked towards the area where Luffy and Lucas fought to see if they can find some sort of clue about why Lucas suddenly turned like that. However, the two of them both forgot that Frankie was also there. He just woke up and was very angry. Once he saw Usopp and Chopper, he immediately captured them and dragged them to his secret base under the bridge to try and lure out Lucas. Afterward, well, CP9 paid a visit after dealing with Luffy and Iceberg and captured all 3 of them. Frankie aside, why is there a need to bring 2 of the Straw Hats as well? Usopp heard the familiar voice. He looked around until his sights landed on Lucas. Instantly, his expression turned into one full of hate. You! I heard what you did to Luffy, you bastard. Chopper was different. When he saw Lucas again, he cried happily. Lucas! You're here! Help us! Still, Lucas' face didn't change and was still stone cold. Lucci glanced at him calmly and said, Their insurance. So you don't think of double-crossing us. Right after he said that, Lucas' wings opened as she shot towards him in full speed. Lucci attempted to use Sora to dodge, but it was as if Lucas also knew where he would dodge as he turned and caught Lucci anyway. His hand turned into water as he held Lucci up while choking him. The others also moved fast and tried to act. Kaku and Bluino both held Usopp and Chopper while pointing their fingers at the hearts, ready to use Shergon at any moment. Of course, Lucas won't let them. Streams of water shot out from his wings and knocked off Kaku and Bluino before they could do anything. Then, the streams of water caught onto all CP9 members as he held them all up. Only Robin, Frankie, Usopp, and Chopper was spared. Once Lucas feels that any of them would attempt to activate their fruits, he would control the water to go further down their throats to stop them. Listen up, I don't like being threatened. Akiji is one thing, but none of you lot are capable of dealing with me, so don't act like you can. Finished saying his piece, he threw them all down and looked back to Usopp and Chopper. Get out. And tell Luffy not to follow. L. Lucas. Out! Usopp and Chopper bit their lips before finally leaving. Once they were out of sight, Lucas looked back to the CP9 members. Any problem? No. Good, let's go. Seeing Lucas back, they all looked at each other before following. What the hell? What's up with this scary ability? None of them even got any fighting chance at all. And from what it looks like, he was also a Logia user. How could any of them defeat him without Sea Stone or Haki? Thinking about this, Lucci and the others can only sigh and follow. Bluino picked up Frankie again as they walked. Meanwhile, Califa's face blushed as a strange, new feeling seemed to sprout inside her when she was held up before. She has always been the one holding the whip and stepping on others, being on the receiving end feels. No, 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 no. Califa shook her head quickly to dispel the thought. It was too embarrassing. Robin watched Lucas back silently. It was unknown just what she was thinking. Before they rode the sea train, Lucas looked around and stretched his observation hockey. Sanji doesn't seem to be around? It seems more of the main story has really changed. Lucas became worried. Luffy, you better not be stupid and follow. Just leave this to me. No matter what, I'll get back Robin for you guys. Chapter 26, Aqua Laguna. In the back streets of Water 7. The rain has become fiercer and the wind stronger as well. At the distance, one can see a towering wall made of water. Aqua Laguna was about to descend. After being blown away by the CP9, Luffy was now stuck in between two buildings and couldn't move. Nami had been desperately searching for him, and it was only now that she realized where Luffy was. Luffy! You moron! What are you doing up there? Nami shouted as loud as she could, hoping that Luffy heard her despite the heavy rain. The civilians at the upper level couldn't help but get worried for Nami, who was on the lower level, trying to reach out to Luffy. Look out! The waves are almost on top of you. They screamed and waved at Nami. Give it up already, pirate girl. Run away. Nami didn't pay them any attention and only focused on Luffy. Luffy, still stuck in between the two buildings, was able to hear Nami as he called out. Nyo, Nyumai. You behind me. NGG. Geez, hey, please listen to me. I was flan I dat pigeon guy. And show I flew in kine got stuck in ish convenanti plash. His words were so hard to understand due to his cheeks both flattened by the buildings. Normally, maybe Nami would have laughed, but as she remembered Robin and Lucas who had left them, tears started to flow from her eyes. Don't joke at a time like this. While you were screwing around, Robin's been taken away. For all of US, Robin, she's going to die for US. Luffy froze, finally understanding the graveness of the situation. Nami screamed into the heavy rain, her voice nearly hoarse. Robin sacrificed herself for us. She protected us from being attacked by the government. Lucas too. He's there with her right now to prevent any of the Marine admirals from attacking us. Nami's tears mixed with the rain as it fell from her cheeks and got carried by the wind. Inside the sea train, both Robin and Lucas suddenly looked out the window, seemingly having felt something. Despite Luffy's predicament at the moment, if one could see his mouth, they would see it turn into a smile. So, Robin and Lucas are still. Yes. Thank goodness. While the two of them were talking, the huge wave had gotten even closer. Look! That wave! What is that? It's way bigger than usual. The civilians on the upper level become pale as they looked at the huge wave at the distance. Previously, they thought it was near them already due to its size, only to realize it was so massive it only appeared that way. It was still far away at that time. The wave this time was simply huge. Between the buildings, Luffy struggled with newfound strength after learning the truth about Robin and Lucas. Don't worry. I won't let Robin or Lucas die. The people started to panic as the waves got nearer. Even though they were already on the upper level, they were scared for those guys below. While everyone thought Luffy and the rest were goners, suddenly, just before it reached Luffy and the rest, the waves stopped. Inside the sea train, Lucas grimaced, his hand shaking. He gripped it from the sheer pressure of the wave. He placed his hand to his side, away from the view of the CP9, trying to hide it. Luffy, if you're still stuck between those buildings, now's the time to get out. Even Lucas wasn't confident on stopping such a huge wave. More so, something that was a bit further away from him. He only managed to stop it for 3 seconds until it started to fall once more. Still, this was enough. Luffy actually forced the buildings apart through sheer force. The two massive buildings tore apart on both sides with him at the middle. Wah! He broke the city. Luffy still had both his hands on the two buildings as he looked at the huge wave that had stopped for a few seconds. Luffy grinned again. Shishishi. Let's go, Nami. Taking advantage of the delay, Luffy jumped and grabbed Nami as he stretched his hand to the upper level. On the other side, Zoro was similarly stuck inside a tall chimney. Chopper wasn't there with him to help like in the original story, but Sanji was. Before he was blown away, he had dropped on his swords in the fight, which Sanji had taken along with him. Once he handed the sword to him, Zoro sliced the entire chimney. Ituryu, 36-point Phoenix. Wah! What the hell are those guys? The people watching couldn't help but drop their jaws. One guy forced buildings apart, another sliced off such a tall chimney and the house beneath it. Zoro, just having been released, saw the towering wall of water in front of him and was shocked. Well, what is this? No time to explain, Mosshead. Come on! The wave was almost upon them. Naturally, Sanji didn't care about Zoro and simply grabbed onto his shirt and ran away. Crash! Luffy, Nami, Zoro, and Sanji finally made it to the stairs leading to the upper level just in time for the wave to crash down on the entire lower ground. Pieces of buildings and anything not tied down near the lower level were washed away. They didn't waste any time checking the scenery and ran up, fearing that another wave would crash down on them. Once they were on the upper level, only then did they lie down and gasp for breath. Man, that was crazy. How terrifying. So that was Aqua Laguna. No, were it like that every year, this island would have been long gone. It's abnormally strong this year, Kokoro said as she continued to drink her wine. Luffy saw her and greeted her. Ah! Monster Granny. You're here too? Of course, if I'd stayed at sea, I'd have drowned and become fish bait already. Gaga gaga. Pirate Inai-chan was so cool. Naya Naya. Chimney was laughing without a care in the world along with her cat, actually a bunny. At the side, Luffy also noticed Zoro. Ah. Zoro, were you down there too? Ah, I dash. He got stuck in a chimney. Sanji cut in and answered for him, leading to the two of them fighting again. What was that curly brows? Isn't it true, Mosshead? Meanwhile, Luffy was laughing his ass off. You got stuck in a chimney. Ah. Zoro, that's so stupid. You're funny. You weren't any better. You're all idiots. Nami got pissed again and pinched Luffy's cheeks. Finally, Luffy became serious once again. Where's Usopp and Chopper? Just as he asked, two figures appeared. Luffy! Oi! You guys are safe. Luffy! Naturally, these two were Usopp and Chopper. The two were running towards them. After being reunited, the two of them started to explain what just happened. Finally, Lucas said, to not follow them. What's there to think about? Let's set sail and go after them. Alas, Luffy didn't really listen to Lucas at all and still wanted to follow. Since the captain has spoken, no one had objected. There's no other way. Right, let's go. Luffy and the crew started to run towards where Going Merry was docked, only to find that it was missing. Where's Merry? Don't tell me, it got washed off by that huge wave. Lend us a boat. We'll find Merry and sail to Enies Lobby. Are you kidding? Look at the weather. There's no way you can make it out. Everyone tried to dissuade Luffy and the rest as it was suicidal to go to Enies Lobby with this weather. Seeing as Luffy was about to force his way and steal a ship, Kokoro finally spoke. Enough. Follow me. I'll start the sea train for you. They were shocked and surprised. They didn't there was another. In the sea train. Lucas stood up from his seat and walked out of the cabin. Seeing him stand, Khalifa asked, Where are you going? Lucas didn't even so much as glance at her and simply walked away. As he sees it, there's no reason for him to answer them. His job was simply to escort them to Enies Lobby and ensure they don't go off the rails. Why you dash? Khalifa was angered but couldn't even say anything as Lucas had already left the car. Having left the CP9, Lucas went through the train cars to the 6th where Frankie was kept. He stepped inside the sixth car to see government agents inside the car along with Frankie. Lucas spoke in a cold voice. Out. Now. The agents looked at each other but didn't leave. Since they decided to stay, Lucas waved his hand and threw them all out the water. Dash. You can't dash. Lucas didn't bother with them and looked at Frankie. It's you. That traitor those guys spoke of. What do you want? Frankie thought of cursing Lucas at first, but then remembered how badly he was beaten before. There was no need to waste any more words on him, so Lucas simply hit him hard enough to knock him out. Once he was unconscious, Lucas observed his body with this observation hockey to look for a certain thing. After a while, Lucas' hand moved and took it out from one of Frankie's hidden compartments in his body. As for where, well, some things are better left unsaid. Lucas looked at the stack of papers in his hand and took out his phone to take some pictures. Not of Frankie, of course, but on the papers on his hand. Pluton. Right, the thing in his hands right now is the blueprint for one of the ancient weapons, Pluton. Lucas doesn't know whether this thing will be of use in the future, but it was better to get a backup of it since Frankie was going to burn the papers. After taking the photos, Lucas placed it in a folder named Hades and encrypted it as well as hid it. Once he was done, Lucas placed it back inside Frankie and looked towards the back. Suddenly, his body turned into water as he moved out of the window and stood on top of the sea train. A huge wave. By this time, that Luffy probably wouldn't give up. Kokoro would also lend that prototype sea train to them. As he thought, Luffy and the rest were indeed inside the Rocket Man train and is headed straight towards a huge wave. The Frankie's family and Galley-Law shipwrights were with them at the moment and tried to fire their cannons on the wave to make a hole, but it didn't do anything. This wave was simply too thick. Then, Luffy and Zoro both stood on top of the train and started making a move. How much is 2 times 108? 216. What? But that's so hard to pronounce. Then just change it. Luffy and Zoro talked casually as they stared at the wave. Then 300. Fine. Having both agreed, numerous hands appeared around Luffy while Zoro had both his swords over his head while biting another sword in his mouth. Gomu Gomu no. 300 point. Siege cannon. Boom. On the sea train ahead of them, Lucas was similarly concentrating. Though he knows that Luffy and Zoro could get past that wave from the original comics, there was no harm in making sure. Open! Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in the middle of the giant wave, followed by the wave splitting in half, completely dodging the Rocket Man train. We made it through. Both Luffy and Zoro stared at the distance. Despite not seeing Lucas, both of them knew he's still trying to protect them. Luffy and Zoro laughed. Shi. Heh, did that guy even leave at all? Lucas sighed and retracted his observation hockey. His powers have been growing stronger so fast lately, and this weather is actually amplifying it by quite a lot. If only Akiji's ability doesn't counter him so much. Shaking his head, Lucas went back inside the train and grabbed Frankie as he walked back to the second car where the CP9 members were. Lucas tossed Frankie to the floor and sat again. Those people guarding this guy are all useless. I threw them out the sea. Well, this should be enough to explain my disappearance. Lucas sighed in his heart as he looked out the window. Since Luffy and the rest still decided to follow despite his warnings, it seems I need to change my plans a bit. Lucas used this opportunity in the train to calmly plan out his thoughts and what would happen next. Chapter 27, Keep Up the Good Work. Enies Lobby. Lucas looked at the island in front of him and the sky above it. Right now was supposed to be night time, yet the area surrounding Enies Lobby was actually still daytime. So this is the so-called nightless island, Enies Lobby. Just what sort of physics is this? If the sun is already down, how come it's still daytime on that one spot? As Lucas and the rest of the CP9 had alighted from the sea train, they were greeted by Marine soldiers. Nice work on the mission. CP9 has arrived. Shichibukai, Lucas has arrived. Take the criminals out. Lucci led the CP9 out, followed by Lucas, who now wore the white coat that Lucci originally had. His reason being that it annoys him that Lucci was wearing it, so he took it from him. Behind Lucas, Robin and Frankie followed. Though Robin wasn't too restricted, only a handcuff on her hands, Frankie had a huge chain around him. When a Marine soldier took the chains to drag Frankie away, Frankie got pissed and bit the head of the Marine. "Oh woo! How dare you treat me like this? I ought to teach you a lesson. Jaya! Watch out! He bites!" Lucas only rolled his eyes at him and no longer bothered about it. Anyway, this is the Marine's problem, not his. On the sides, some of the Marines were discussing amongst themselves. The CP9 sure is great. They solved the government's 20-year-long problem, just like that. This new Shichibukai seems powerful too. I heard Admiral Akiji personally recruited him. Nico Robin, what a beauty. When Lucas heard the last one, his face twitched and he shot a murderous glare at the Marine soldier who said it. "Damn it! Is Robin someone you lot can stare at?" Eek! Seeing the angry glare of Lucas, the surrounding Marines instantly looked the other way. Robin also saw this little action of Lucas and revealed a small smile which only lasted for a second before becoming expressionless once again. As they neared the huge gate of Eni's lobby, the doors slowly opened for them. As soon as they passed through the gate, Frankie shouted in surprise. "Wow! I'd never seen anything like this before. This is a hole in the middle of the ocean. What's up with this island?" Just as Frankie had said, there was indeed a large hole surrounding the island of Eni's lobby. Lucas took a look beneath and only saw pitch-black darkness. Just how far deep down is this hole? And why is there such a thing? After looking at it for a while, Lewis turned to look at the shadow behind Eni's lobby. A gate that seemed to stretch to the heavens, the gate of justice. Looking at the gate, Lucas wondered, just what kind of ship were these gates made for? As Lucas and the CP9 went inside the main island in the middle, Luffy and the others also just arrived near the island and currently discussing their plan. Once everyone had agreed, the Frankie's family and Galilaw's shipwrights got ready. "Let's stick to the plan. We'll go in first." The plan was for their group to go in first to open the main gate and make way for Rocket Man and charge through to Eni's lobby. At this moment, Chopper saw that Luffy had disappeared, so he asked, Where's Luffy?" "Huh? He was here a second ago." Nami looked at the spot beside her and was confused. Suddenly, she felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, her premonition was correct. "Ah! It's Straw Hat." "What?" Everyone looked outside in a hurry and saw Luffy on the fence around the island already. What's his problem? He just left on his own. Did he even listen to the battle plan? Both the Frankie's family and Galilaw's shipwrights were dumbfounded. On the other hand, the Straw Hat Pirates acted like this was normal. "It's useless. I thought he said I got it earlier. To wait 5 minutes isn't possible for him." "That's true." Still, there was no point arguing about it now, so they decided to make their move. They would still need to complete their plan. "Let's go. Follow Straw Hat's lead." While Luffy storms in and the rest of the Frankie's family and Galilaw's shipwrights follow, the bodies started to pile up. Spandam is currently frantically asking for the report on the situation. "What's going on?" "Sir!" "The 2 giant gatekeepers are currently holding them off at the front gate. I don't believe there'll be any problem." "I see. Have you captured Straw Hat yet?" Spandam sighed and thought that at least only Luffy has gotten in at the moment, so he asked about his situation as well. "Sir! The estimate is about 400. 400? What are you talking about?" "It's the damage report, sir." Hearing that, Spandam panicked. "Ah! Damage report. Are you saying 400 soldiers are down?" "Ah, no, sorry, I'd like to correct that. The agent reporting to Spandam saw Luffy's fight and thought that another 100 or so was just knocked out, so he needed to correct his report. Spandam was relieved and scolded him. Of course. There is only one of him. Our soldiers aren't trash. We can't have that many down. If there is damage, report it correctly. Yes. It's 5 HNN. He was originally going to say 500, but then a marine that Luffy was fighting got blown away on his direction and knocked him out as well. On the other end of the call, Spandam scolded the agent again. 5! Idiot! How could you mistake 5 for 400 people? Spandam sighed and no longer bothered with Luffy. So this Straw Hat Luffy is just running around the island, not fighting anyone. Of course, no one would face that many soldiers unless they were brain dead. It's only a matter of time now. Inside Rocket Man. Kokoro looked at the time and saw that it's been 5 minutes since Luffy and the others went in. It was time to begin the next phase of their plan. Okay, it's been 5 minutes. The 2 gates should be open now. We'll go one at a time. Samurai Man, we'll leave the iron railing to you. Leave it to me. Sitting on top of the train, Zoro held onto one of his swords and was ready to cut. Inside Eni's lobby. Lucas looked at the time on his phone and judged that Luffy and the others should be here already. When the time comes. Lucas stared at the man sitting on the desk in front of him who wore a strange metal mask on his face. This annoying guy, Spandam. I hope you play along. If not, don't blame me. Spandam didn't notice the look Lucas gave him and only greeted the others. Ah! You're back. Lucci, Kaku, Blueno, Califa. That's sexual harassment. By just saying your name. Seeing the expressions on the CP9, Lucas can tell that they also didn't like this chief of theirs, much. Spandam looked at Lucas who had followed behind Lucci. So this is the new Shichibukai that Akiji mentioned? Lucas didn't speak and only coldly stared at him as if he was already a dead man. Spandam got the chills when he saw his stare. Since the situation might escalate, Lucci didn't waste any more time and reported. Wanted for assaulting government agents in Water 7, 8 years ago, the criminal, Cutty Flam, now known as Frankie. 20 years ago, wanted for attacking marine ships in O'Hara, West Blue, the criminal, Nico Robin. Both criminals have been escorted here. They're waiting just outside. After Lucci reported, the 3 members of the CP9 that was sitting on the couch greeted them. Lucas looked at the 3 and remembered who they were. Jabra, the Wolfman. He had a pointy sunglasses on his head and his long hair was tied like balls behind him. Kumadori, this guy's hair is really long and he looked like one of those kabuki things from Japan. Finally, there's Fukaru. He had a zipper for his mouth which he can open and close like a normal zipper. Long time no see, Lucci. Looks like that flat mud of yours hasn't changed much. Same goes for your stupid looks, Jabra. Kaku sighed seeing as Lucci and Jabra started to bicker again. Settle down, you two. We haven't been together in a very long time. Yoi! Don't fight, you two. It's been 5 years. Show some affection. Kumadori added. Fukaru raised his hat to unzip his mouth when all of a sudden, Califa kicks him. Right after Califa, Blueno also gave him a punch, then Kaku, then Lucci. Seeing as Fukaru was nearing himself, Lucas knew their intentions but decided not to play along. He only stepped to the side and let Fukaru crash to the door. Once they were done, Califa spoke. Couldn't keep your mouth shut, could you, Fukaru? Rokushiki Ryuji, T-Ways. This was a unique ability of Fukaru. He could judge the strength of a person once he's hit. If a typical armed guardsman is considered to have 10 Dariki, let's see. Then your strengths are. Califa at 630 Dariki. Blueno at 820 Dariki. Kaku. 2,200 Dariki. Lucci, 4,000 Dariki. 4,000 Dariki. Hey, are you kidding? I've never heard of such a high number. Jabra was shocked. He always had some kind of rivalry with Lucci. Now hearing that his strength is that much, he didn't like it. It's true. Everyone's gotten stronger. I've already measured Jabra and Kumadori's strength. So everyone's ranked accordingly. Rob Lucci 4000 Dariki. Kaku 2200 Dariki. Jabra 2180 Dariki. Blueno 820 Dariki. Kumadori 810 Dariki. Fukaru 800 Dariki. Califa 630 Dariki. Seeing everyone's rank, Jabra got pissed again. I don't believe this. Forget about Lucci for a moment, you're saying I scored lower than Kaku as well. Kaku's gotten stronger too. Still pissed, but knowing that Fukaru's judgment is always correct, Jabra turned to Kaku instead. Damn you! Don't try to rub it in. All that T-Ways measures is your physical power. When we fight for real, I'll also use my devil fruit power. Then I'll definitely surpass you. Say whatever you like, I'm not interested either way. Kaku only rolled his eyes and didn't pay him much attention. Lucci agreed as well. That's right. You shouldn't bother with the barkings of a mad dog. Who are you calling a mad dog, Lucci? You wild cat. Lucas looked at these cat and dog and can't help but notice how similar they are to Zoro and Sanji. Only, in this case, Lucci is actually stronger than Jabra by a large margin. Zoro and Sanji had about equal in power. Lucas saw that the two had begun to transform into a leopard and wolf. He decided to intervene. Bam! Two water pillars crashed onto Lucci and Jabra. They tried to escape with Zoro, but with Lucas' observation haki, it was useless. Soon, a repeat of what happened in Water 7 was seen again. But this time, Lucci seemed unable to accept defeat so easily. Especially when he saw that Lucas had not participated in the Dariki assessment earlier, he had become even more confident. Rankyaku. His feet blurred and created a wind blade that shot towards Lucas. Lucas didn't even bother to dodge it as it simply went through him. These kinds of attacks are useless to Logia users. Lucci changed tactics immediately and used Rankyaku on the water pillar, binding him instead. Splash. Once freed, he charged towards Lucas once again and pointed a finger towards him. Lucas saw his finger turn black and knew that his suspicions were correct. Lucci really does know haki. But this is still useless. Lucas isn't the same as before. Although he lost to Akiji, it doesn't mean that he was any weaker at all. Sure gone. The instant Lucci's finger neared Lucas, a hole appeared on his chest. However, Lucas' face didn't change at all. There wasn't the slightest hint that he was in pain. Lucci frowned and attacked Lucas once again with the same move. The same thing happened. Holes keep appearing on Lucas' body as he was still unaffected by Lucci's attacks. How? Haki should be able to hit you. Lucas coldly looked at Lucci. If Katakuri can do it, there's no reason why Lucas can't dodge the haki attacks with his observation haki's foresight as well. There is more than just armament haki. Don't think that just because you know this little move, you can have the confidence to beat me. Lucas' arm started to rotate at high speeds, creating a spinning water current on his arm. He slammed his arm to Lucci, who attempted to dodge with Zoro, but for some reason, Lucas was still behind him. The attack connected and Lucci flew to the wall, causing cracks to appear. Lucas looked at the other members of CP9 who were ready to attack. He closed his eyes and remembered the feeling of when he was fighting Akiji. Burn! First degree, Heatman. SSSSHHHHHH. Lucas' body had a hint of red as sizzling noise came from his body, creating steam around him. The CP9 members were confused by the sudden amount of steam filling up the room, only to hear Lucas' voice. Do you know, steam is still water in its gas form? Damn! Don't breathe it in. Don't worry, I wouldn't kill any of you just yet. Lucas knew what they were all thinking, so he reassured them. Still, this doesn't mean that he wouldn't hurt them. Heatwave! Boom! Hot air exploded with Lucas at the center, causing everyone to be blown off to the walls like Lucci. The windows shattered and the doors were blown open from the blast, and Marines started to notice the commotion. Robin and Frankie were standing behind the door and were shocked. What just happened? Why did they feel such a hot air when the doors opened? And why is everyone apart from Lucas knocked out? Seeing the situation, the Marines pointed their guns towards Lucas. Lucas didn't bother looking at them and simply waved his hands and shot high-pressured water bullets to incapacitate them. Suddenly, the Den Mushy from Spandam's desk spoke up. "Sir! This is the main island defense. Spandam, sir, please respond. It's not getting through." Did he leave the receiver off the hook again? No way, that's such a beginner's mistake. Hearing their discussion through the other end, Lucas felt that this should be regarding Luffy, so he picked it up instead. Of course, he didn't forget to step on Spandam's face on his way. "This is Lucas speaking, the chief is currently sleeping." "What's up?" "Sleeping. At such a time. Stop wasting time." "What's the report?" "Yes, sir. Straw Hat Luffy has defeated half of our people. We request for immediate backup. This man can't be stopped." Lucas nodded. Keep up the good work." Gotcha." Robin and Frankie's jaws dropped. What the hell? Just what is going on? Chapter 28, Bet. Enies Lobby, Main Gate. At this moment, the Rocket Man train has started its charge on Enies Lobby. A sea train. What's going on? It's charging right at us. Are they trying to ram their way onto the island? There's no way it can get past the fence. Several Marines that were injured from the earlier fight with the Frankie's family and Galley Law members were shocked to see a sea train with a pointed head that looked like a shark heading towards them. Standing on top of the train were Zoro and the frog Yokozuna. Zoro ignored the panicking Marines and saw that the gate had been closed. He shouted, "Hey, Granny!" "HM? What?" Kokoro stuck out her head from the driver's seat and saw the situation as well. She announced to everyone inside with the intercom. "Everyone, there's a change of plan. Hang on to something tightly." Confused, Sanji stuck out his head as well out the window to look for Zoro. "Hey! Stupid swordsman! What's the problem? They closed the main gate." "What?" Surprised, Sanji turned to look at the gate at the distance and indeed saw that it has been closed. Hearing this, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp started to panic. Turn! Turn! Kokoro-san. What should we do? Oh no! We're gonna crash. However, Zoro was still as calm as ever. Don't worry, there's a way. He pointed at the fence and commanded. Push down the fence, frog. Jero. Bam. The steel fence was actually bent. Using this fence that now looked like a ramp, the Sea Train Rocket Man flew. No way. Going up the fence at this speed. Wah! Even Kokoro was frightened. On the ground, the Marines watching the scene had their jaws drop at the unbelievable sight. No way! The sea train is flying. Inside the train, as expected, everyone was panicking even harder now. Oh wah! We're all gonna die. We're going to die. Nami Swan. Push to my protective embrace. Idiot! Isn't there a huge pit behind that gate? Zoro! Did you consider how we're going to land? Zoro was as serious as ever. His arms crossed to his chest as he stood there calmly like everything was going just as he planned. Leave it to luck. Jero. Back inside Spandam's office, Lucas had just confirmed that Luffy and the rest had finally arrived. He was about to talk to Robin and Frankie when something beneath his foot spoke. D-damn, you! I forgot you were there. You're stepping on me. How can you forget? Lucas shrugged and kicked him away. GH. You bastard. Wait till Akiji hears about this. The deal is off. Prepare to be hunted and killed by an admiral, you bastard. Spandam somehow rolled away, took the denden mushi, and stood up despite his injuries. What a cockroach this guy is. Lucas looked at him calmly and made an expression as if he had just remembered something. Oh, right. That. Heh. It's too late to regret it now. Spandam immediately contacted Akiji to report while Lucas was simply waiting for him. The call connected and Akiji's voice could be heard from the other end. What's up? Akiji. The Shichibukai you recruited, Lucas, just turned against us. Huh? Spandam was about to further explain when a shadow loomed over him. He looked up and saw that Lucas was already in front of him. He panicked and was about to run away, but Lucas still managed to grab a hold of him and took the denden mushi. This is Lucas. What have you done? Lucas' mouth turned to a cold smile. Akiji, how about we make a bet? Bet? That's right. If you win, not only will I fully listen to you, I wouldn't even mind if you give me a slave collar or put a brand on me. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Akiji fell silent. And if you win? If I win, the CP9 is disbanded, and you give me Water 7. In the future, Water 7 will be my exclusive territory. A neutral territory. No pirates are allowed to plunder or kill, and no Marines allowed to make any arrests. Not even if the fleet admiral comes. At first, Lucas wanted to secretly help Robin get free, but with Luffy and the rest arriving here, he thought it would be best to change it. Plus, this will be beneficial for Luffy and the others as well. On the other end, Akiji understood what Lucas was trying to do. So in other words, as long as Luffy and his crew stay in Water 7, they are off limits. Is that correct? Well, certainly, if they don't ever leave, then that would be for the best. So you agree then? Lucas didn't bother correcting Akiji. He knows that Luffy would still leave after the new ship has been made. He just wanted them to have time to relax while the ship is being made and not rush things. The new ship will be big after all. It will take some time to make. It wouldn't be good if any Marines were to cause trouble for them during the process. Though he knows that Iceberg can also help, it was still better to get extra assurance. Besides, he still has other plans for this island. What if we refuse? The smile on Lucas' face disappeared as he let out his murderous intent. Though Akiji wouldn't be able to feel it, everyone in the room felt it. Spandam started shaking and even Lucci grimaced. If you don't make this bet, or if you change the rules in any way, I am going to sink this place down in the bottomless abyss. By the time you get here, I would be long gone. I wouldn't care about the consequences anymore. I'll even lift up Impel down and sink Marineford if I have to. And I will reach the top of the red line and start killing my way to the world nobles' homes. Do not forget, I have with me the person who holds the blueprints of Pluton and the person who can decipher it. For a while, the room went quiet. Even on Akiji's side, there were no sounds as well. Finally, someone with a different voice spoke. What's the bet about? This voice, is it Sengoku? Well, the bet is simple. Lucas mused with the fact that he's dealing with the fleet admiral himself as he explained the rules. There are two teams in this battle. The blue team, which are the CP9 members, Marines, and the government agents on this island. And then the red team, which are the Straw Hat Pirates and his gang of troublemakers. The blue team will be delivering the payload to the gates of justice. Once the payload reaches the destination in one piece and passes through, it will be considered as the blue team's win. On the other hand, if the red team snatches the payload and leaves the island, the red team wins. It can also be the win of one team if they manage to beat everyone on the other team. Isn't it simple? Naturally, I wouldn't be participating myself. You can have someone watch me to verify this. If you caught me helping one side, you can consider this as my loss. Sengoku frowned. No matter how he sees it, if Lucas won't be joining the fight, then it would definitely be the blue team's win. So, just what is Lucas planning? Surely he wouldn't be betting on picking the blue team to win? Lucas knew what Sengoku was thinking, so he reassured him. Oh, I'll be betting for the red team to win, of course. Fine. What's the payload? Naturally, it was the reason why this whole thing started. The two keys who can revive the ancient weapon, Pluton. The payload that the blue team needs to deliver to the gates of justice are Nico, Robin, and Frankie. Everyone was shocked. They all thought that Lucas had planned for the two to join the red team and have some object to be the payload. Actually, Lucas thought the same at first but decided not to. Only this way will Luffy and the others' powers will grow. Luffy is the strongest when there is someone he has to protect. Both Robin and Frankie were looking at Lucas in confusion. Only after a while did Robin seem to have thought of something and sighed. She naturally knows Luffy's nature as well. Since this was the case, I agree. Hearing that Robin agreed to be the payload, everyone turned to look at her. But I will make this clear, if I see a chance, I am escaping and joining the red team myself. Heh, if you can escape, then the blue team isn't worth much. Lucci and the other CP9 members were angered. They suddenly felt that this may not be as easy as it seems. Since Robin had agreed, coupled with what she said as well, Frankie also agreed. Well? Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Do you accept? All right. Hand the Dendenmushi to Lucci, I need to tell him something. Fine. Just so we're clear, if you were to kill the payload before the game finishes, I hope you have prepared yourselves for the consequences. Lucas no longer spoke and tossed the Dendenmushi to Lucci and went over to Robin and Frankie. The three of them went to a corner and talked in private. First of all, Robin saw Lucas stretch his hand on her head and was confused. A second later, she felt a sharp pain on her forehead. Ow! That's for starting this whole thing. Aren't you the same? I heard you made a deal with Akiji to prevent any admirals from chasing Luffy and the others directly. I'm different. I don't plan to die. Every time Lucas sees Robin, he had always had this feeling that she was going to sacrifice herself, and seeing her expression now, it seems he was right. She just tricked the government saying that she will help revive the ancient weapon when all along, she plans to kill herself. Lucas sighed and patted her head. Robin. It's not a sin to exist, believe in Luffy, believe in me, this world is better with you in it. Robin's heart suddenly faltered. She tried to say something but ultimately didn't know what to say. Is this what Nami felt? While Robin was still thinking about what she was feeling, Lucas had turned towards Frankie. Oi, you better not let anything happen to Robin. Otherwise, I'll kill you myself. Gadamit. What's with this difference in treatment? Frankie felt unresigned. But he knows this guy's powers is beyond him. He can only swallow his thoughts and grunt. Lucas thought for a while, then patted Frankie on his shoulder. I may have beaten you up before, but I know you'll do the right thing in the end. It would still be best if Frankie burns the blueprints himself. If Lucas was the one to do it, everyone would start to question how he knew where it was, or why did he destroy it, or such troublesome things. Once everyone had finished their talks, the two sides talked once again. Right now, we can't afford to lose any firepower. Spandam will be watching over you. I hope you fulfill your end of the bargain. I swear. Good. Lucci, I'll leave the rest to you. Understood, sir. Gotcha. Lucci didn't waste any time and started to give orders. I will be taking these two myself to the gates of justice. As for you all, take care of the Straw Hat Pirates. To Lucci, as long as Robin and Frankie don't escape, and with Lucas not participating, then everything would be easy. As long as he himself guards over the two, then it's impossible for them to escape. And he can also allocate more people to deal with the Straw Hats. He has seen their strength. There is no way for them to win over the CP9. Lucas chuckled. Lucci, you think too little of Straw Hat Luffy. That man will one day become the Pirate King. Do you think he can't even beat someone like you? I already see what he can do. He's weak. Frankly, I don't understand why you used to work under him. Hey, don't you work for this weakling as well? Lucas pointed at the thing wearing a metal mask. That's different. Lucas shook his head and didn't bother commenting any further. Seeing as he wasn't going to get his answer, Lucci left while taking Robin and Frankie. Actually, he can just grab these two and run in his top speed to the gates of justice himself, but something about what Lucas said bothered him. Can Luffy truly beat him? Lucci wanted to find out. Since this is the case, I'll walk to the gates instead. If that Luffy can't even reach here, then there was nothing to worry about. Even if he does reach here, I refuse to believe he can win. Lucci's eyes seemed to glow with murderous intent. Jabra saw Lucci giving orders to everyone and felt pissed off. But the fleet admiral had already given his orders. He could only bury his unwillingness and act as commanded. Back in the office, Lucas sat on Spandam's chair and relaxed his back. Spandam was annoyed seeing Lucas. Just earlier today, he was still an outstanding chief. And now, he was reduced to being a watchdog. He can't even command anyone anymore. Lucas saw how Spandam was looking at him, so he sent him a glare. Spandam froze up and no longer looked. Using this opportunity, Lucas shot out a mass of water out the window. The water moved and picked up various clothes from the unconscious Marines and agents, eventually forming a shape of a man. A masked man with a hood and cape. Heh, I did say I wouldn't be participating directly, but only if you catch me. It's stupid of Sengoku to actually trust this work to Spandam of all people. Once Lucas made a water clone, he relaxed. With this, I should be able to help if things go wrong somewhere. After all, he had changed so much already. It would be bad if it had caused a butterfly effect and actually lead to Luffy's loss. It would be best if there aren't many changes before they reach the new world. Lucas had only read until the end of Whole Cake arc when he was sent here, so any future knowledge is useless. But right now, he can still make use of his knowledge as long as the overall plot doesn't change. Besides, he didn't want to really change too much before all the crew is gathered. There is still Brook left. Outside the office, Blueno opened an air door and traveled to where Luffy was. No matter what, as long as they can take the captain's head, then this game is as good as over. Having arrived in front of Luffy, who was now standing on the last gate, Luffy was surprised. "Ah! You're the cow that was with the pigeon guy. Looks like our intelligence really messed up their information. Hey! What did you just do? That's so cool. Are you a magician?" I figured the damage had to be more than 5 people, but... Blueno ignored all of Luffy's nonsensical comments and spoke coldly. This is unheard of in the world government, a man that broke in all the way to the front steps of the government. How long do you plan on struggling? Luffy grinned. Until I die. And so, the game between the CP9 and the Straw Hats has begun. Chapter 29, Gear 2nd. Luffy glared at Blueno in front of him and the building behind. Robin is in that building behind you, isn't she? Get out of my way, cow. It seems that all of you still haven't noticed, this sort of thing is a global-scale grand offense. Though Blueno said that, Luffy didn't quite understand. After all, to him, the flag of the world government is just a flag. It wasn't the same as their own pirate flag. What are you talking about? In the oceans of this world, we boast influence in more than 170 affiliated countries. The gigantic organization known as the world government owns this island. When you invaded this island, it meant you decided to revolt against all of the affiliated countries. Blueno's tone was extremely grave. He was already pissed off that they can't do anything to Lucas, and now these bunch of kids show up and thinks they can defeat them. The government bears that dignity. You'd be marked criminals until all of you are caught. Then you'll probably be given cruel deaths. At most, there are 10 of you. What a small amount of power. With Lucas not joining this fight, none of you stand a chance. Hearing Lucas' name pop up, Luffy stopped listening and started warming up. I just told you to get out of the way. Whether or not I move, when you all entered the gates of Eni's lobby, all you did was seal your fate. Fighting is also useless against our Rokushiki. I think you could tell in the Galila mansion. The difference in our power. That's right, but, somehow, this time. Luffy's arm twisted backward as he dashed towards Blueno. I don't think I'm gonna lose. Gomu Gomu no. Tekkei. Blueno sighed and casually performed Tekkei. Luffy's expression became fiercer as he fully concentrated his power on his fist. Rifle. Gadash. For a moment, Blueno's eyes widened in shock as he vomited blood. He nearly fainted just now. What sort of power was this? When he fought Luffy back in the mansion, he clearly remembered that Luffy didn't have this much power. Seeing as his attack had caused damage, Luffy didn't waste any time and continued with his Gatling gun. Saru. Blueno dodged quickly. However, somehow, Luffy's eyes followed his movement and, with a twist, he sent a solid punch right at Blueno's chin. Bam! The wall crumbled behind Blueno as he lay there, still confused at what had just happened. Luffy held onto his straw hat and spoke. As for the ways of the world government, do whatever you want with them. We only came to take Robin and Lucas back. Blueno's face darkened. You fool! Forget Robin, if Lucas comes back to you lot, then you will all truly be doomed. I don't care. Give my friends back. Inside the Tower of Justice, Lucci's room. Lucci had handed 2 devil fruits which Spandam had kept to Califa and Kaku. They can't afford to be careless, and it will be better to raise everyone's strength for the upcoming battle. Be it against the Straw Hats, or against Lucas. As long as they continue to power up, they wouldn't be forced into something like the situation earlier where one man can decide their life and death. Califa and Kaku looked at the fruits in front of them and hesitated. It's hard to think that this fruit comes from this world. I feel some strange power from it, like a gravitational force. It wasn't in my picture encyclopedia either. Kaku said. Well, that's normal. We can know the name of the fruit by the power it gives. But what kind of power we might get is completely up to luck. Califa also added. It must be a horrible life if you get some weird power. Plus, you become a hammer in water. But if this fruit can counter Lucas' ability. Kaku and Califa looked at each other. If their ability can somehow be of use to defeat Lucas, then they won't need to play this stupid game. Lucci grinned. Regardless of the type of power, it all depends on how you use it. The chances of you weakening from it are very low. Besides, being a hammer isn't that much of an inconvenience. There are plenty of people who sail their entire life looking for a single devil fruit. By the door, Jabra spoke, clearly against the idea. Kaku! Califa! Don't do it! Nothing good will come of it. It tastes like shit, you know. Like shit. Jabra just doesn't want Kaku to power up. Envy and jealousy hurt a man's good name. Yoi. Shut up. Think about it, you too. You could sell M for hundreds of millions. But one bite might mean a lifetime of problems, you know. Kaku and Califa didn't bother to listen to his nonsense as they both took a bite. It would be fun. If it's a winner, I'll gladly welcome it. The instant they took a bite, their faces paled from the taste. Yuck! It really does taste awful. Still, the two of them managed to finish eating the whole fruit, as otherwise, they wouldn't gain the power. After they were done, both of them panted, clearly still disgusted by the taste. Hey! Do something! What kind of power did you get? I don't think anything has changed. You'll realize the change in due time. This is the birth of more ability users. I'm looking forward to it, so get a hang of your powers at least. Depending on the situation, you might be in battle soon. Blueno couldn't wait around, so he went ahead to the festival. Lucci smirked and went towards where he had the prisoners kept. It was time to move. Back in Spandam's office, Lucas stood up and watched from the window. He can see Blueno already fighting with Luffy. It seems that despite Blueno using Saru, Luffy still manages to dodge properly. Huh, did he awaken observation haki already? No, it's close, but this isn't that yet. I guess I sped up his improvement with those games that I had in play. Lucas chuckled in his mind. Now, if only he knows how to train in armament haki as well, no matter. Once he's a Shichibukai, there will bound to be records of it that he can access or people he can ask. Since he's going to be a Shichibukai anyway, might as well squeeze every advantage he can get. Suddenly, both Blueno and Luffy seem to be in a standstill. No one can beat the other and their strength seem to be equal. At this moment, Luffy bent down and held his knees as he pushed downwards. His legs started to contract up and down. Lucas smiled. It's finally the inspiration he got that created his Heatman mode. Luffy spoke. I have nakamas who are not strong, but I still want them to be with me. So, I have to be stronger than anybody else, or I'll lose them all. How foolish, you think you can surpass even Lucas? I have to. Otherwise, he'll keep on protecting us and sacrificing himself. I've thought of a way to fight with all my might, so I wouldn't lose anybody, so I won't ever have to lose anybody. Suddenly, steam started to appear from his body. Blueno looked shocked. This move was similar to what Lucas did earlier. But how? Luffy wasn't made of water like Lucas. You wouldn't be able to follow me anymore. What? All of my techniques will evolve one step. Gear, second. What followed next was Gomu Gomu no. Jet pistol. Boom! Blueno didn't even have time to use Saru. He was hit and thrown to the back as he spurted blood from his mouth. By the time he looked up, he's no longer able to see Luffy. Blueno looked around, but just as he did, Luffy sent another fist towards him. Jet stamp. Godash. While Blueno is being hit continuously, a scary thought appeared in his mind. No way, there's no doubt, that guy, surely. Straw Hat Luffy had learned how to use Saru. And just by watching him do it. This guy. He remembered Lucas' confidence in Luffy and his face darkened. It can't be that this Luffy is really bound to get even stronger than that monster. Even Lucas isn't able to learn how to move with Saru. If he continues to fight with Luffy, who knows what other techniques will be stolen from him. Feeling a brush of wind from behind, Blueno no longer thought of anything and quickly used his air door to escape. Luffy stood there and looked around. He disappeared. Suddenly, another air door appeared right above him as both of Blueno's arms were ready to touch Luffy and use his door fruit. However, Luffy was still calm and used Saru to escape quickly. When you moved so fast, as if you disappeared, I saw you kick the ground more than 10 times in a moment before you moved. I got the hang of it and I'm so glad to know that there's a way to move like that. Lucas, who was observing the fight and using his observation haki to listen in, faltered. Damn it, kicking the ground more than 10 times, how is that something you can easily do? Truth is, Lucas also wanted to be able to use Saru as it is convenient, but doing it is harder than it sounds. He wasn't like Luffy who had a huge battle potential at all. Most of Lucas' battle attacks rely too much on his ability, only observation haki could be said to be partially his own ability. I guess I'll train on it in my time as a Shichibukai. Having thought that, Lucas stopped thinking about it and continued to watch. Right now, it seems that Luffy's about to use his strongest attack against Blueno's strongest defense. Gomu Gomu no. Tekai. Go! Jet Bazooka. Boom! Blueno staggered a few steps back as he continued to glare at Luffy. Seeing as Blueno was still standing, Luffy sighed and bit on his thumb. You really are tough, then, I'll show you something even more interesting. Watch this, Gear Dash. Just as he was about to make his next move, Blueno's body swayed to the side, and fell. It seems, Blueno was no longer able to fight. Lucas smiled. That's one down. Then, he saw Luffy stand on top of one of the pillars and breathe deeply. Rubiobian. Lucas. I've come for you too. Oh, this adorable idiot captain. Lucas laughed. Good thing that he somewhat knew what he was about to do and had his camera ready. When I go back someday, I'll show this to Luffy. At that time, I'm sure it would be funny. Lucas smiled. However, he can't return to them just yet, there are still things he needed to do. Hearing the shout as well, Spandam ran over to the window and looked. Is that Blueno? He defeated Blueno. What the hell is Lucci and the others doing? Someone tell Lucci and the others to stop playing around and deal with the Straw Hats. Why, yes, sir. The Marine station nearby saluted and ran out. Actually, he didn't have to give such an order. What with how loud Luffy was, Lucci and the others had already heard him and planned to move. Using Saru and Jeppo, the CP9 jumped out the window and headed to the balcony above. Lucci was holding onto Robin while Fukaru had Frankie. Seeing the CP9, Spandam laughed. Wahaha. Glad you're all here, CP9. Oh? Our enemy is just Straw Hat himself? You. Even if he's alone, he came this far. And that's praiseworthy. Right, Blueno got owned. Jaya. What an idiot. I guess he's lost his touch, after being a bar owner for 5 years. Even if he lost his touch, would he lose that easily? He lost. All the remaining 6 of the CP9 had arrived. Lucas' eyes narrowed. It seems he still underestimated Lucci's arrogance. They actually took the time to get back here instead of going to the Gates of Justice earlier. Well, there's also that the envoy ship is still not there yet, so it's useless, but anyway, let's see how this goes. So far, there isn't too much change yet other than Frankie is still tied up. Suddenly, the floor behind Luffy broke and 3 figures appeared. Chopper, Nami, and Zoro. Then, one more person broke the floor, Sanji. And then, Usopp came in flying. Looking at these bunch still at their own pace despite facing the world government is really. Lucas smiled wryly but didn't reveal himself yet. Luffy shouted. I beg of you, Robin. I don't care what you want. Whether you choose to live or die, but whatever you decide, say it while you're with us. That's right, Robin-chan. Robin, come back. Seeing all 6 of them standing on the pillars as they faced against the world government, Robin's heart warmed. Now, leave everything to us. Chapter 30, Straw Hat vs. CP9. Seeing so many pirates reach up to this point, Spandam was angered. You Takeo pirates. Do you realize that no matter how brave you are, nothing would ever change? We have the full strength of an assassin group, CP9. We have the heavy gates of justice that human power cannot open. Moreover, I now have the authority to use this golden Dindin Mushi to trigger the Buster Call. The Buster Call. Robin's face paled as she heard this name and all sorts of memories started to resurface from her mind. As if to add salt to the wound, Spandam didn't shut up. That's right. Exactly, 20 years ago. It's the power that obliterated your hometown, Nico Robin. The word O'Hara disappeared from the following year's map, didn't it? Lucas started to get pissed. This piece of trash doesn't know when to shut up. This guy is easily one of the most hated characters in One Piece. Thinking of this, intense killing intent let out from Lucas. One day, I'll find the time to kill this bastard. Spandam suddenly felt chills down his spine and hurriedly looked to where Lucas was. As soon as he saw his eyes, a deep fear emerged from within him. Hi dash! In his fear, Spandam slipped and nearly fell off the balcony. Fortunately, or not, Kaku had quickly grabbed him and saved him from falling into the deep abyss beneath. Robin shot a grateful look at Lucas and turned back to Spandam. If you ask for the Buster Call now, you'll be blown up too, along with Eni's lobby. Don't be silly. How could we be blown up by our own allies' attack? What are you talking about? 20 years ago, just one attack took everything from me, as well as ruining the lives of many people. That is the Buster call. Still, Spandam didn't believe her. Agitated, he pointed at the flag right above the Eni's lobby. The flag that bears the mark of the world government. Look at that symbol. That mark represents the unity of over 170 nations in the 4 seas and the Grand Line. This is the world. Luffy looked at the flag and nodded. I understand. Usopp. Shoot, that flag. Roger. This time, Usopp didn't wear the mask of Sogeking, but this only made his resolve and courage strengthen than before. Lucas was actually a bit worried that Usopp may not shoot the flag and had his water clone on standby and make an appearance if necessary. But seeing Usopp aim his Kabuto, he knew that there was no need for him to worry. New weapon, the Great Pachinko, also known as Kabuto. Carefully observe its power. Usopp drew the string to the back and aimed. Ultimate, Firebird Star. Shriek. A blazing form of a phoenix shot forth and let out a cry as it sped towards the flag. Spandam and the rest were dumbfounded. Apart from the Straw Hats, the only person smiling was Lucas. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was still shocked, Lucas snapped a pic of the scene in secret and hid his phone from view. Haha. Usopp, without that silly mask, you will truly become a legend in the seas this time. On the ground, the Marines watching finally snapped out when the flag was completely burned. They've done it. Do they even understand the meaning of attacking that flag? They've really done it now. Pirates have declared war against the world government. Are you bastards insane? Don't you dare to even dream that you'd survive having the world as your enemy. Spandam shouted towards Luffy and the rest, truly angered this time. However, Luffy was unfazed as he shouted back even louder. I'd be happy to live with that. Robin! Lucas! I know you're there. If you don't come, I'll drag you over here myself. Inside the office, Lucas' hands shook. He turned around and took a deep breath to calm his emotions. After a while, he made his decision and flew outside. Luffy and the rest finally saw Lucas for the first time after separating. His wings were still as big as ever, seemingly stretching wide in order to protect everyone he cared for. Now, those wings were stretched in front of Spandam and the rest of the CP9. Lucas glanced at Luffy and flew up to the flag as he used his water to extinguish the fire and repair the flag. Just as he did with Going Merry. Time seemed to flow backwards as the ashes of the flag recollected itself and became whole once again. Lucas was still confused as to what the true ability of his fruit was. At sometimes, it can heal, then sometimes, it can also repair like this. It can't really have to do with time, right? Though Lucas had all these unanswered questions inside him, Lucas shook the thought away and focused on the matter at hand. Finally, he spoke. Luffy. You say that you want to save me? That's right. Now come back here. I saw your fight with Bluino. Gear second, is it? Suddenly, steam started to appear out of Lucas as his skin had a hue of red. Burn! First degree, Heat Man. I can do that too. While holding onto the flag of the world government and releasing steam, he looked down on Luffy. Do you think you're now strong enough to save me? Or are you relying on your gear third? Luffy, you need to get even stronger, much faster than in the original story. You need to be stronger faster if you want to protect those you failed to protect in the story, I know. Lucas wanted to say this, but he had to keep his act for now, as much as it pains him. If he keeps on solving everything that comes in Luffy's way, then Luffy wouldn't ever become a pirate king. Lucas loved this story and the characters in it when he was in his home world. That's why, although he doesn't know how the story is going to end now, he can still make sure they all reach their ending. You can't even save Robin. You can't even defeat Lucci. Do you know how many times I've beaten that cat already? Sea Cat. Lucci's face twitched when he heard this, but he can't do anything to Lucas due to his strength. On the other hand, Jabra was trying hard not to laugh. Luffy couldn't care less about their reactions as he shouted, "I'll save Robin. I'll defeat that cat. Then I'll save you. I don't believe I can't." Lucci became even more pissed. Now he really wants to pummel this brat. This was the effect that Lucas wanted. Only this way would Luffy become more powerful. If he loses, well, he has his water clone in standby. As expected, Lucas still didn't want them to die here. Beside Robin, Frankie was grinning. "Ha ha ha. Well said, Straw Hat." Suddenly, he took hold of Robin and his ass started to expand. "Get ready now. Kuda, boo! Boo!" Lucas looked at Frankie's ass exploding as they flew over Luffy's side and sighed in relief. I know I felt something bad was going to happen if I stayed there. Good thing I moved up here." He could see Spandam and the others cough from the smell with tears in their eyes. By the time Lucci reacted, Frankie and Robin were already halfway there. "Jeppo!" Lucci jumped on the air and tried to reach them. At this time, Luffy acted. "Gear second. Gomu Gomu no. Jet rifle. Tekai. GH-. In an instant, Luffy had appeared in front of Lucci in midair and attacked. Surprised, Lucci transformed and performed Tekai, just narrowly avoiding taking the full force of the attack. Lucas looked at the scene and sweated. How come the story suddenly differed right at the start? Unlike in the original, Lucas had already convinced Robin to go back with Luffy and the rest, so there wasn't any of their drama. Well, it seemed to have been replaced with his own drama. And Frankie also didn't get to use his Kuda Boo before, so he was able to use it now, leading to this scenario. With this, it became totally different now, is it? Lucas scratched his head, thinking on how to best resolve this. After a while, he just shrugged. Meh, forget it. I'll leave it up to fate. Suddenly, the drawbridge between the two was lowered. The Frankie's family and the Galilah shipwrights all looked up to see that Robin and Frankie already made their way here. "We opened the drawbridge for nothing." Hearing them, Lucas coughed and looked away as he felt guilty. On the roof, Frankie and Robin just landed. Frankie's chains were easy to remove, but Robin's sea stone cuffs were a bit problematic. While Luffy and the rest were trying to remove her cuffs, Frankie stood up and faced Spandam and the CP9. In his hands was a stack of papers with a word written at the front. Pluton. Is that, it can't be. The blueprints for the ancient weapon, Pluton. Frankie grinned. It's the real deal, can you believe it? Lucci, Kaku, you should know too, right? Frankie showed a glimpse to the two. Though they were quite far, their eyes are still top-notch. It was no problem for them to see it clearly. I can't believe it, you bastard, you were keeping it inside your body this whole time? Hearing their confirmation, Spandam started drooling. It's the real deal. Quick! Quickly get that for me. Frankie grinned as he took a deep breath. Whoosh! Fire spewed out from his mouth and burned the blueprints. Aw! Bastard! What are you doing? Damn it, I'm gonna kill you. The mission we spent 5 years on. Lucas! Quick! Do as you did to the flag. Restore the blueprints. In his panic, Spandam turned to Lucas, but when he did, he only received a cold glare. Who are you to order me around? Hi. This is the fruit of your actions. I am not obligated to clean up your mess. Lucas snorted and went off. From here on, he will no longer show himself. Ahem, of course, the water clone is a different story. Back to where Luffy and the others were, they were still trying to get Robin's cuffs off. Damn it, I can't cut through them. We need a key. As if hearing them, Spandam laughed. Ha ha ha. So what if you got Nico Robin? The key is here with us. If you want to free her, come get it. Grr. Luffy. Forget the key. We'll figure something out later. Right now, we need to leave this island and head back to Water 7. Robin could tell that Luffy was still going to fight his way in despite her already being there with them, so she had to explain. Lucas made a bet with the Marines. As long as we get out and head to Water 7, we'll be safe. If we lose here, then Lucas would forever become a slave. Everyone was surprised. But after a while, Luffy just nodded. In that case, there's no problem. Huh? Luffy grinned as he held onto his straw hat. I won't lose. What happened next was nearly the same as the original story. Only this time, when everyone else had split off to find the CP9 members and get a key, Lucci came to Luffy and Robin on his own to pick a fight. Frankie ended up facing against Fukaru while he was still looking for cola to refill himself. Usopp found Jabra, and before they started to fight, Zoro and Kaku fell from the floor above. Just like in the original story, Usopp was still an idiot and somehow ended up cuffing him and Zoro together, which led to Chopper looking for a number 2 key. Meanwhile, Sanji met Califa and they got into a fight. Well, as expected from Sanji, who has 0 damage to women even in games, Sanji lost immediately and was thrown over to where Nami was. Califa looked down on them from the upper floors and smiled. That guy is no use. I can't feel the same excitement as when facing that man. By any chance, that man wouldn't happen to be Lucas, would it? Nami's face twitched and there seemed to be a dark aura appearing around her. Oh! Hearing Nami, Califa's eyes narrowed and grew colder. Little girl, you're still too young for that. Old hag, I bet you're still a virgin, aren't you? In the middle of all this, aside from Sanji, who fell unconscious, and Chopper, who was innocently tilting his head in confusion, Lucas, who was observing everything from afar, felt chills down his spine. Women are scary. Back in the battle between Luffy and Lucci, Robin was still handcuffed and unable to join the fight. Suddenly, she seemed to have felt something but couldn't quite grasp what it is. Why do I feel like I'm missing out on something else? Chapter 31, Buster Call. The fights continued while Lucas watched on with a smile. Frankie won against Fukaru, knocking him out on the ground, and went to look for Chopper, who had now turned into a giant monster due to his excessive use of Rumble Ball. Lucas didn't bother preventing this, as Chopper needed to get used to this form immediately. After flinging away Kumadori, Chopper came across Nami and Califa fighting before going down to where Sanji was. Nami was worried about Chopper, but she had to defeat Califa first before she can follow Chopper. With the new climb attack that Usopp had made for her using the dial shells of the Sky Island, she was no longer a powerless individual. Developing Fata Morgana, an illusory attack that can catch the opponent off guard, coupled by Thunder Ball, Califa was stunned. Angered, Califa attacked Nami, only to find that it was an illusion. This isn't the real body. The chance of a real body today is 20%. KH-. Califa kicked another body one after another, leaving only one left. The real body. Today's weather is, in a stable atmospheric pressure, small black clouds that contain severe air currents will remain, and then lightning will eventually strike your heart. Nami smiled and created more illusions of herself. Please be careful, your heart might become numb. Dark Cloud Tempo. I managed to protect myself from your lightning earlier. So as long as I don't get caught off guard, Califa tried to convince herself, but Nami shot her down. The weakness of such protection is that you cannot move. You seem to underestimate me quite a bit. Are you expecting me to break with your attack? Soap sheep. Califa's body was covered in soap bubbles, which made her look like a sheep. I don't have to guess which one is the real body. I'll just swallow everything with the big wave of Relax Hour. Hitsujigimo Tidal Wave. Suddenly, a huge wave of soap appeared in front of Nami. I'll be finished if I get caught by that. After I swallow all of you, whoever is left has to be the real body. Nami connected 2 parts of her staff and threw it. Cyclone Tempo. A burst of wind shot a hole in the wave. Nami and her illusions quickly ran to the hole to reach the other side, but thanks to that, Califa also got a hint on where the real body is. Sure gone. Ah! My, I thought it was an illusion again. Nami painfully grabbed her shoulder after it was attacked, but seeing the black cloud behind, she smiled. Ha, ha, you forgot already, huh? You should listen carefully to a navigator's forecast. Eh? Hearing the crackling noise behind, Khalifa turned to see the black cloud hovering there ominously. The thunder that gushes out from the black cloud to the climate act. Come! Thunder lance tempo. From the black cloud to her staff, a thick line of lightning connected with Khalifa in the middle. Smoke started to appear from Khalifa's mouth, as if her insides were just burnt to a crisp. If she were a normal human, she would have most likely died right here. Still, despite strengthening her body with the Rokushiki and being a devil fruit user, this attack was enough to knock her incapacitated for a long time. No matter how strong you are, my forecasts will never be wrong. Watching from afar, Lucas smiled. This is how she should be. She's clearly strong, but she just keeps acting like Usopp most of the time. Then, Frankie arrived and said that they needed Khalifa's key in order to free Zoro and Usopp. Seeing as there wasn't any key lying around the room, Nami ripped off Khalifa's clothes. Both Frankie and Lucas raised a thumbs up at this. So fierce. I like. After a while, Nami and Frankie chased Chopper to where Zoro and Usopp was. Frankie used his coup de vent and threw Chopper to the sea below to deactivate Chopper's ability before jumping into the sea himself the next second. Lucas kept a close eye on this and made sure that the two weren't accidentally dragged to the waterfall and fall into the abyss. Meanwhile, Nami had already freed Zoro and Usopp with Khalifa's key. Seeing this, Kaku laughed. Fufu, you're finally released, huh? Don't laugh, but regret, because you'd never encounter another chance that good to befall me, world government. The next moment, it was time for the next round. Kaku vs. Zoro. Jabra vs. Sanji. At the start, it was supposed to be Usopp fighting Jabra, but Usopp is still too weak after all. After being tricked by Jabra, he was knocked out the next moment. Luckily, Sanji arrived just in time, else, Usopp would have died right there. Lucas stopped paying attention to their battle for a moment and turned to look at Spandam. Well, only 3 of the CP9 are left. It seems this game is ending sooner than I thought. You don't think that this is over. Spandam retrieved the golden Denden Mushi and slammed on the button. Ha, 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 ha. It's over. You lose. The terms of the bet doesn't include that we can't use the Buster Call. Now, there's no way for you to win. Spandam laughed like a broken man, but when he turned to look at Lucas, he only see a cold smile. As if he had wanted him to use the Buster Call. Lucas picked up a Denden Mushi and announced to everyone on the island. Ladies and gentlemen, a certain idiot chief has just invoked the Buster Call. If you don't want to die, get out of this island. For a moment, the Marines and agents didn't react, but when one man suddenly screamed and ran, it caused a chain reaction and soon, everyone was panicking as they tried to leave the island. Robin heard the announcement as well and can't help but be confused. Just what was Lucas planning? Doesn't he know the terrors of the Buster Call? Back in the fight between Jabra and Sanji, Sanji developed a move called Diable Jam, those spinning with one foot and heating it up with the friction. Using this, his attack power went up a notch and he managed to defeat Jabra. As for Zoro's fight, Demon Spirit, Kyuturyu, Azura. Even Lucas was confused how Zoro could have 3 heads and 9 arms, much less Kaku who was facing him. Just what sort of sword technique is this? Is he spinning too fast or something? Still, Kaku didn't give up. Quite amazing. But it's too late. Those words are for you. You should only talk cheeky like that after you avoid the strongest Rankyaku. Amendachi. As Kaku's Amendachi neared Zoro, suddenly, the wind blade turned to mist. He turned my Rankyaku into mist. Bring on the hardship, it's preferred in a path of carnage, Azura Ichibujin. Kaku couldn't even utter a scream as his whole body became bloodied. Zoro gasped for breath and removed the headband he wore. "Ha, I have one message from the Galilaw's young boss. You guys are fired." On the ground, Kaku revealed a wry smile as he heard that before finally losing consciousness. Back in Luffy's fight. Luffy tried to defeat Lucci without relying on his gear second at first, however, it only proved how weak he was without it. Lucci was just about to grab Robin when Luffy finally decided to use it. Jet pistol. Bam. Being struck by Luffy's fist, Lucci was shocked. He didn't think that Luffy still had this much power. Robin was also surprised by the power that blew away the strongest of the CP9. When she turned to look at Luffy and saw the steam coming out of him, she remembered Lucas' own move. Lucci decided to get serious as well and activated his own devil fruit. Lucci charged at Luffy using Soru while Luffy faced him calmly. Using a Soru of his own, Luffy reappeared in front of Lucci and attacked. Jet whip. KH-. Lucci gritted his teeth as a bit of blood dripped at the corners of his mouth. His expression turned graver by the second. Straw Hat Luffy, don't tell me you forgot the fact that I stabbed you in this form? Ah, that? It healed after I ate meat. No, how can that be possible? Meat don't just heal stab wounds that fast. Or at all. Lucas sweated while watching. He already knew that Luffy's body is absurd, but actually hearing about it from the man himself is, well, whatever, as long as he's fine. No one cared about the crisis in Lucas' head as the fight continued. Lucci used Soru once again, followed by Shergon. When Luffy dodged using his own Soru and seeing him prepare for an attack, Lucci countered with Tekai. Jet Bazooka. Gadash. However, Luffy's power is no longer the same as before. Even with Tekai, Lucci still coughed up blood from Luffy's attack. Just imagining the damage it could have done if he hadn't used Tekai made Lucci's face grim. He really can't afford to be careless anymore. I was careless, I didn't know you have this much power. But it seems that you're short of breath, is it because of the steam coming out of you? As Lucci said, Luffy had been gasping for breath for a while now. Still, he never faltered. As long as I can defeat you, everything will be alright. I see, you are tough. Lucci grinned. It has been a while since he can let loose. Previously, against Lucas, he can't even put up a fight, but this time, he can properly show his full strength. Lucas stopped watching for a moment and turned to look at the gates of justice, which has now fully opened. Boom! At the distance, the fence surrounding the island exploded. Everyone who saw it knew, the warships, has arrived. Boom! Another round of explosions hit the Tower of Justice this time. Lucas stretched his observation haki and was relieved that everyone had already left the upper floors of that building. Even Luffy and Lucci's fight was located at the ground floor as well. The next second, it started to rain. Once Lucas saw this rain, he smiled. The next phase of his plan had started. Actually, once Nami had freed Zoro and Usopp earlier, Lucas' water clone approached her and handed her some instructions. It took some time, but Nami was finally able to create a huge rain cloud for Lucas. With this, he can ensure that no one would get hurt by the bombardment of the Buster Call. The main reason why he wanted a Buster Call to happen was to provide Luffy and the rest with cover to escape. And he will also be able to use that as well. Suddenly, he heard another loud explosion. Only this time, it didn't sound the same as the bombardment. Gomu Gomu no. Gigant pistol. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The entire building collapsed. Even in the distance, one can see a huge hand punch through the walls. And on the other end of the fist was Lucci. Lucci fell in a daze as if his whole brain was jolted from the shock. He spurted out more blood and was thrown all the way to the edge. Luffy wasn't satisfied and shot outside before unleashing another move. Gomu Gomu no. Gigant axe. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The ground cracked under his giant feet. Lucci just barely managed to dodge with Soru. Seeing the two fight, Lucas shook his head. The way Luffy fights is really... Lucas no longer watched and focused on making sure everyone was safe. Even the Marines and agents fleeing, though he didn't save them completely, at least no one died. This wasn't because he was sticking to his role as Shichibukai, but to make a point. That point being, Buster Call is nothing in his eyes. Califa woke up from the noise of the bombardment just in time for one of the artillery shells to nearly hit her. Suddenly, a thin layer of water seemed to appear in between, which caused the damage and fire to lessen, leaving only the shockwave from the blast. While Califa was blown away, she didn't mind it much and was more focused on that layer of water that protected her. Ah, Lucas-sama. As if feeling something creepy, Lucas shivered at this moment. He looked around but only saw Spandam in a broken mess as one of the shells nearly hit him right now. Lucas didn't bother to protect this trash, so he ended up quite injured. Kaku and the others of the CP9 had similar experiences and were all having mixed feelings. They know that from the bet earlier, this would disqualify Lucas as he is intruding himself, but the intrusion is protecting them, should they call it out or not? Ultimately, they decided to keep silent as Lucas is the only one who can protect them now in this situation. Robin looked around to see the bombardment happening around her and a sense of déjà vu overwhelmed her. Boom! In her panicked state, she couldn't move even when she saw one of the artillery shell head towards her. But suddenly, as if by some sort of force, the shell turned away from her. Even the blast that came out of it seemed to have lessened greatly as it neared her, and all she could feel was a small wind breeze. How? Drip, drip. Dazed, Robin looked up to see rain falling from the sky and remembered a man. Lucas! Robin looked around once more and saw the Marines and agents running about. When one of the artillery shells headed towards them, the shells would always veer away slightly, and there would also be thin layers of water blocking most of the explosions. Everything finally made sense, why Lucas would not mind the Buster Call. She stood up, no longer afraid of the Buster Call. At this moment, the rest of the crew appeared with keys on their hands as they all tried it out on Robin. Finally, Robin was freed using the number 5 key. As soon as she was freed, she spoke. Quickly! This is our chance to get away. What do you mean? We're lucky that no cannons had hit us yet. Look outside. This isn't luck. I'll explain later. Right now, we need to leave the island. Robin's right. Let's go get Luffy and get out. Nami nodded as well. They ran over to Luffy's side and shouted. Luffy! We got Robin's key. Let's leave. Still, Luffy only gave them a quick glance before continuing his battle with Lucci. Go! I'll catch up with you guys. I need to defeat this cat pigeon guy and get Lucas. But Dash. Go! Nami and the rest looked at each other and sighed while smiling. This Luffy really won't give up on anyone so easily. Lucas heard this and groaned while massaging his forehead. Sigh, this Luffy, seems like I can't afford to meet them once this is all over, else Luffy would be hard to deal with. Since Luffy didn't go with them, they could only run and steal one of the warships in order to get away. We're ready to sail out anytime now. We can set out as soon as Luffy comes back. Yeah. Kokoro, Chimney, and Gonbi had reappeared earlier and helped them ready the ship. While Nami, Chopper, and Robin waited in the ship to get ready, Sanji, Usopp, Zoro, and Frankie stood outside waiting for Luffy. Looking at the island that's seemingly in a sea of fire from the bombardments and the number of warships around, it made them wonder just how would they get out of here alive. Suddenly, a voice from the Denden Mushi in the ship they took, spoke. Reporting from the northeast side of the main gate. Marines and government officials in Eni's lobby have been accommodated. Also, we've confirmed that approximately 50 pirates including some giants are at the main gate. That's my guys. See? They got off the island all right. I'm not worried about them. They will never die no matter how many times you kill them. Bastards. Gah! Frankie laughed, but the next moment, his smile disappeared. We have completed the obliteration mission by means of fire. Death is confirmed for all of them. As it stands, it is impossible to have any survivors left on the main island. Frankie's face became grim. The number of survivors on the Enies Lobby main island is 0. Chapter 32, Guardian Wing. After hearing the announcement, Frankie continued to stand there in shock. Frankie! The shipwrights of Galila too? Oimo, Kashiai. Yokozuna was probably with them too. Sodom and Gomorrah, everyone. While everyone mourned for the loss of their comrades, Nami sighed. Can people die so easily? You cannot see humans on the map. Robin spoke. They just erased an island from the world map without hesitation. That's what the Buster Call is. Frankie gritted his teeth and shouted. Hurry up, Straw Hat. Your Nakama are waiting for you here. Bastard. I'll never forgive you if you end up dead. Naturally, Luffy didn't really hear Frankie, but he was already doing his very best in his fight. Over time, Lucci had managed to get used to Luffy's jet attacks by jumping backward to decrease the impact of the hit. However, he was not the only one that's adapting better. Even with Lucci's high speed and moving through Luffy's blind spots, it was as if Luffy's grown eyes at the back of his head and he knew when to dodge when an attack comes from behind. Lucas smiled. It seems that the blindfold game really did help. In the original story, Luffy can already somewhat dodge and expect attacks like this on instinct, but Lucas can tell that he is doing better than in the original story at this point. At this time, the warships took notice of their fight and started to aim their cannons. Boom! KH-GHH. Lucci and Luffy both stumbled from the blast near them. Lucci's face was grim. He knew what this meant. For the government that he had been fighting for his whole life, to finally turn on him like he was nothing and could be replaced. Meanwhile, they could hear faint shouts from the distance. Luffy! We're all ready to go. Defeat him and come back quickly. We'll get out of here alive together. Hearing their shouts, Luffy revealed a smile and he could feel a warm surge of strength washing away his fatigue. He thought of something and looked up to see the rain still falling down. He started to laugh. Shishishi. I don't know about you, but I really don't feel like losing. You think some kind of cheer can heal you? How absurd. Lucci was annoyed. He has just been thrown away, and this Luffy's comrades are cheering for him even with all the bombardment from the warships. Luffy just laughed. That's right. I am not alone. As long as my Nakama are with me, I won't lose. At the distance, Lucas smiled. Go, Luffy, defeat him, and take another step closer to becoming the Pirate King. It was hard for Lucas to keep maintaining this kind of reign and control, but he won't falter just yet. While Luffy and Lucci continued on their fight, several marine captains started to jump on the ship that Zoro and the others were at. There is one that could turn his body into small balls and one that disintegrated one of Zoro's swords. Still, they continued to fight and hold the fort as they waited for Luffy. Lucci had Luffy tied up with his tail and both his fists were an inch in front of Luffy's chest. Rokuo gun! A strong shockwave hit Luffy from the inside just like the impact dials in the Sky Island. It ignored his ability and dealt a powerful blow that made him cough up blood. Luffy slumped down to the ground with this attack while Lucci panted. He waited for a while and was about to turn back, thinking that it was over. But, the next second, Luffy stood up once again. In Luffy's mind, he remembered what Lucas had told him. Stupid, there's no way that you'd win. Do you think you're now strong enough to save me? Or are you relying on your Gear Third? You can't even save Robin. You can't even defeat Lucci. Do you know how many times I've beaten that cat already? Luffy gritted his teeth. Gomu Gomu no. Tekai! Lucci felt a sense of foreboding and immediately performed Tekai. Luffy poured in every strength he had in this one last move as he thought of every moment that he felt weak. Never! Never would he lose another Nakama. Jet, Gatling. Ah. Lucci had already lost track of how many hits he took. Eventually, the rain of fists ended and the wall behind him shattered into pieces, burying him under it. Luffy panted and was about to collapse, but he held on. The rain gave him strength. After a moment, he was able to stand up properly once again. Soon, all the warships received notice of Lucci's defeat and they were all shocked. But while some guys were saddened, there were others who were happy at this moment. Luffy won. Got me scared for a moment. You finally did it, Straw Hat. Guys! Get on the escape ship now. We'll set out. Nami shouted to everyone fighting outside the ship. Now that Luffy had won, they need to leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, another voice rang out from the marine den Mushi. Good job, Straw Hat-san. Eh? Frankie was surprised. He knew who this voice belonged to. I idiot. They'll hear us. It's okay, we're letting them know. It was evident that there were more than one voice at the other end of the den Mushi. Bro! Bro! Stop! If we ran away quietly, they'd just think we're all dead. Everyone finally knew who the voices belonged to. It was the so-called pirates that they had blasted off at the main gate earlier. Turns out they were still alive and kicking. At the cliff in the main island, the Frankie's family, Galila's shipwrights, and the giants were holding onto ropes at the edge so they wouldn't fall. We're all safe here. We have a way to escape too, so don't worry about it. I'll see you guys later, alive. Hearing they were all alive and well, Frankie started to let out tears of joy. His speech was already nearly unrecognizable from his crying. Guy is videoed. I would never worry about you guys. Several marine officers started to ask their captains. Shall we head to the main gate immediately? Not now. This is more important. Don't take your eyes off Straw Hat. Still, there were some that were more brutal. Fire at their escape ship. But that's also Archer KH. Before the officer could finish his sentence, he was already shot down by his own captain. This is the Buster Call. Even if there are own ships, you need to prepare yourselves to shoot it down if necessary. Why, yes, sir. The other officers quickly saluted and started to prepare. Robin saw that there were some cannons aimed at them and quickly shouted, Run! With a wave of her hand, she summoned hands that threw the people on board back to land while she herself jumped off. Soon after, there was an explosion on their ship. Boom! No! Our escape ship! Nami shouted as she saw their ship reduced to rubble. What the hell? We're doomed! That ship was our only way out of here. While they were panicking over the situation, Luffy had made his way to them. Unlike in the original story where Luffy was fully exhausted and unable to stand up, currently, Luffy right now is still as energetic as ever. Not just him, even Zoro and the others were all still energetic due to the healing properties of the rain that hit them. Lucas had to control it specifically that only the rain drops that hit them would be able to heal, which was especially hard when they are in a group fight like this one. By the time Luffy arrived, he saw the ship explode and asked, What now? We still need to get Lucas. Worry about Lucas later. Right now, we don't even know what to do about ourselves. At this moment, Usopp seemed to have heard something and was looking around. Who is it? Whose voice is it? What are you saying, Usopp? Are you talking about the Frankie's family? No! Not that voice. It's been around for a while. Huh? Frankie was confused, but other than Usopp, there were more people who heard of this voice. Lucas blinked for a moment and smiled. He didn't expect that he can also hear it. Luffy uttered. Below, look below. Luffy! You can hear it as well. Right, it said to look below. It wasn't just them. Zoro, Nami, Sanji, Robin, and Chopper all heard it. Who? What is it? It said, look below. Finally, Usopp shouted. Jump into the ocean. Usopp. Idiot. Are you trying to kill yourself? Being desperate wouldn't save you. Zoro shouted and thought that Usopp was giving up already. But Usopp didn't give up. We'll survive. She came to save us. She. Follow what Usopp said. Jump into the ocean. Luffy didn't care about anyone's opinion anymore and stretched his arms to pull everyone with him as he jumped into the ocean. Ah! Luffy! From the warships, the Marines could see Luffy and the rest jump and thought that they'd gone mad. The pirates are jumping into the ocean. Idiots! There's no way they can survive in the ocean. Have you gone mad, pirates? Fire! The warships fired on the island, but Luffy and the rest were already falling into the ocean. Right below was a small caravan with a familiar sheep head. Get on board, the Mary! At this moment, everyone finally realized there was a small ship that had snuck past them without their notice. How did it manage to sneak in among the fleet of warships? Shall we fire at it? Do it! Fire! While under the rain of fire from the warships, Going Merry started to move on its own and dodged all the incoming attacks. Everyone on board were shocked. I can't believe it! How did this ship reach this place? Who steered her here? That's not important right now. Give the orders, we need to get out of here. Zoro quickly snapped everyone from their shock and surprise in order to quickly set out. Just then, he noticed a figure standing behind the steering wheel. Who? The figure was covered from top to bottom, wearing a hood and a cape. The figure thought for a while before pulling out a pen and paper from who knows where. He wrote and showed it to everyone. Mizuking. It's a hero. That's a hero. Of course. See the cape. Cape equals hero. Ugh. Though Luffy had infected Chopper with his way of thinking, the others naturally knew who this was. Isn't this Lucas? While they were all starting to prepare, Robin spoke. Everyone, thank you. Luffy laughed. Don't worry about it. She. Zoro was still as serious as ever. Talk nonsense after we get out of here. What do you mean by nonsense, lawn hair? Shut up. If we die here, everything would be a waste. Apologize to Robin-chan, punk. Seeing as Sanji and Zoro started fighting again, and even Chopper joining in by biting Zoro's leg, Nami quickly broke them off. Sanji-kun, go steer the ship, please. Okay, Nami-swan. Guys! We can't leave yet. We still need to get Lucas. While they were all bantering, Luffy still didn't give up on Lucas and thought they could get away from the warships first then get Lucas before going out. Everyone sweated. Isn't Lucas already on board? Is what they thought. However, Mizuking approached them and handed Luffy a letter. Luffy looked at it and saw it was from Lucas. Instantly, Luffy got pissed and tore the paper into pieces. I'm not reading this. I'm going to get Lucas back. However, this was no longer up to him. Going Merry had already started moving on its own since earlier and has been sailing away from the island. Merry! What are you doing? We still have a Nakama left on the island. Luffy, I think, Merry is moving because of him. Nami sighed. Luffy finally understood that they were moving thanks to Lucas' power and was about to stretch his hand to a nearby warship to get off, but suddenly, several hands held him down. He turned towards Robin and shouted. Robin! Let go of me! We still need to get Lucas. Robin couldn't utter a word and simply held onto him. Lucas! With Luffy's receding shout, the battle is over. An hour passed and just when the captains were deciding whether to give chase or now, Akiji had arrived. Admiral! We're still gonna go after them. We can't just let it end like this. No need. Akiji sighed and looked at Lucas, who was giving him a cold smile. It's obvious just by looking at this fleet and the island, that this is our complete defeat, right, Akiji? Lucas was in a good mood. Not only did Luffy and the others rose in strength, he also managed to one-up the world government and the Marines. I hope you remember the agreement. Otherwise... Lucas' eyes narrowed and suddenly, a huge tidal wave that was equal to that of Aqua Laguna appeared and swallowed the now empty island of Enies Lobby. The Marines watched on in shock as they saw an entire island disappear in a single moment. This can still happen in Marineford. Akiji sighed. Maybe it was a mistake to rope in this guy. However, this power will certainly prove to be useful in the upcoming battle. Water 7 is yours. And the CP9 will be disbanded. Akiji took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lucas. After looking through the paper, Lucas clicked his tongue. TSK, not will be. After all, you guys already abandoned them on the island by firing on it indiscriminately, isn't that right, guys? An air door appeared behind Lucas and revealed all the members of the former CP9. Of course, Spandam wasn't included. Spandam himself is currently the only person who still have heavy injuries and is being treated somewhere. Lucci stood behind Lucas with his pigeon back on his shoulder. You're right. There's no use serving the world government now. We shall be following you instead. This time, Akiji was truly shocked. It turns out, this was his goal all along. What a blunder! To actually give out their strongest people to him. What's wrong? Aren't I a Shichibukai now? Isn't it normal for me to have my own pirate crew? I'm thinking of the name, Guardian Wing. How does that sound? What? Like some sort of guardian angel? I guess that's true in your case with the Straw Hats. Doesn't sound like a pirate though. Akiji sighed and accepted the fact that the former CP9 members had turned on them. Anyway, it should still be fine as long as Lucas remains a Shichibukai. Lucas just shrugged. What? You think Straw Hat sounds like a pirate? I guess that's true. Akiji scratched his head and yawned. Since things had already ended like this, there was nothing he could do, so he left on his bike after giving his final orders. In about a week, someone will arrive in Water 7 to find you. That person will be by your side to monitor you at all times, since obviously, we can't just have any normal Marine do that. Lucas rolled his eyes and waved off. Fine, fine. Next, Lucas, Lucci, and the others rested in one of the warships as they escorted them back to Water 7. Once Lucas was finally in his own private room free from anyone's eyes, he staggered and coughed up blood. Lucas gritted his teeth. It seems he had really overused his powers today. Not to mention the intense concentration needed for the rain protection, just the Aqua Laguna wave was already a huge burden for him. It was a good thing they didn't recognize that he was just putting up a front. Soon, he collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. At this moment, Mizuki, who was still in Going Merry, dissolved back into normal water. Chapter 33, Monkey D. Garp. Aboard Going Merry, everyone saw Mizuki suddenly become a puddle of water and understood. This wasn't Lucas. No, to be more precise, this was indeed Lucas' ability, only he wasn't on board this whole time. Only Nami knew that it was a water clone since she already met it before. She sighed. Alright, Luffy, there's no need to worry about Lucas. He has his own plans. I'm sure he'll return to us on his own in the future. Still, Luffy pouted while grumping. Humph. I don't care, I'll find him and catch him. 2 days have passed since the incident in Enies Lobby. Lucas had already woken up a day ago just before they had arrived in Water 7. After settling in and explaining to Iceberg, he's now currently in his own room inside the Galila's headquarters. Lucci and the rest of the former CP9 didn't come with him here as they felt conflicted after what they just did. As such, Lucas directed them to a certain place. Lucas smiled when he remembered their conversation yesterday. I know you guys don't fully trust me yet, but that's fine. Go to Sabati Archipelago. There, you will see just what sort of justice you guys have been defending this entire time. If you still feel the same despite seeing it, then leave my crew. The former CP9 members looked at each other in confusion before deciding to see what he meant. If you still feel like remaining in my crew, call me with this Denden Mushi. I'll tell you what to do next. Let's go. Lucci didn't bother saying too many words and left. Whether he will truly gain the former CP9 or not is still unknown for now. Though, once they saw how the world nobles acted, Lucas thinks there is a high chance. Despite Lucci's dark justice, it is still justice. And the world nobles are anything but justice. Lucas no longer thought about it and left it up to destiny. Anyway, he has done all that he can already, no use worrying about something he has no control of anymore. At the moment, Luffy and the rest are also staying in the same building, but Lucas hasn't appeared before them at all. Currently, only Nami knew that he was here as he asked Iceberg to tell her. Lucas didn't feel like keeping her in the dark too much considering their current relationship. Nami also understood that he won't show himself in front of Luffy due to the circumstances. Still, she was grateful that he had told her. At least, she can still accompany him at night. Just like this, 3 more days had passed. Lucas has been self-training in Haki and Rokushiki during the day, and cuddling with Nami at night sometimes. About Haki, he asked Lucci how he trained with the armament Haki and was told that he needed a good foundation before he can learn it. Lucas is aware that his strength is really below average as he has only been relying on his abilities. In terms of strength, he should be just a bit above Usopp at this point. It can't be helped. Even before he crossed worlds, he was never an athletic person and would not bother with exercising, so aside from training Haki, he would start the day with some stretches and exercise. As for the Rokushiki, he also asked them to give him a manual about its training. Since Lucci and the others are no longer part of the world government or Marines, there was no need for them to keep it a secret. Lucas didn't really need to train in everything, but there are some techniques that are quite useful. Right now, Lucas focused on learning Soru, Tekkai, Rankyaku, and Shurgon. Though he doesn't really need Tekkai and Shurgon too much, Lucas figured that it would be best to learn it as it is quite close to armament Haki. Lucas also handed a copy of the manual to Nami and told her to ask the others to learn as much as they can. If Luffy asked where she got it, she can just simply say that she stole it from the Marines. He also made sure to have her tell Zoro and Sanji which techniques they can focus on. Sanji will learn Geppo in the future, but there's no harm in having him learn it earlier. Soru and Rankyaku are also quite useful to him who uses leg attacks. Zoro should also learn Soru and Tekkai. If possible, Geppo and Rankyaku as well, as it would further heighten his range of attacks. As for the others, well, it would be good if they can learn any techniques as well, since it will still be useful. Especially the Devil Fruit users. If they can learn Geppo, then it would definitely be good. While thinking about the events that happened in the past few days, Lucas heard a knock on the door. "Can I come in?" The voice belonged to Iceberg, the current mayor of Water 7. "Sure." Upon Lucas' confirmation, Iceberg entered and reported. "The Marines have called. They will arrive by noon tomorrow." "I see. Thank you." Iceberg bowed slightly and was about to leave when Lucas called out. "Ah, by the way. You wanted to make this island float, correct?" Iceberg was surprised. "How did you know?" "Certainly, I've begun drawing the blueprints, but I've only told Frankie." "Well, it's all right. I hope you achieve it. Good luck." "Thank you. Oh, also, can you pass a message to Nami? Tell her I'll be leaving tomorrow." Lucas wanted her to know as well, as he wasn't sure if she will be visiting tonight. It wasn't like she would visit every night, as Lucas isn't really telling her to do so to give her some space. Iceberg nodded and left the room. Lucas looked out the window and saw a huge unfinished ship in the distance. This should be Luffy's new ship. It seems that with the golden pillar they got in the Sky Island and everything else, they were able to buy more materials, which made the new ship even bigger than in the original story. It seems they even got a bigger piece of Atom wood. Too bad I won't be able to see Brook yet. Lucas chuckled and no longer dallied. He went back to training. That night, Lucas heard the door open without a knock. He knew that Nami had arrived. However, why is Robin also here? Lucas didn't actually tell Nami to keep it a secret that he was here. He trusted that Nami knew what to do. Still, for her to tell Robin, is there a reason? A strange idea formed in Lucas' mind which he quickly shook away. No way, that can't be happening, right? Lucas coughed in an attempt to lighten the mood and asked. Robin, how have you been? Sorry I didn't stop the Buster call, but it was the only way for me to help without anyone noticing too much. Robin smiled. It's okay, in a way, it helped me clear the trauma I had in the past. I know that you made sure no one would die in the process. Haha, I actually hoped that Spandam would die there. He was the only one I didn't protect. But that guy seems to have the devil's luck. He actually still survived it. Lucas shook his head. In the future, he swore to really find time to kill that guy. Robin chuckled. Foo-foo, that's all right. Maybe I'll see him again one day and break his neck personally. The way Robin smile and speak about snapping a neck is really... Even Nami can only laugh dryly, thinking that she was just joking. Well, since you're here, I take it that Nami told you I'll be leaving tomorrow? Yes. If you are here to stop M-. Lucas was just about to convince Robin that he won't change his mind when suddenly he felt her lips touch his. Surprised, Lucas quickly pulled out and stared at her. Then Nami. He didn't know what to say. From Nami's reaction, it seems that she already knew that Robin planned to do that. Nami sighed and explained. Before, we made a bet to see who you will end up falling for. The time limit was until we reached 4 islands. This was back when we just left Alabasta. What the hell? Wait, don't tell me that Nami only did it with me because of the bet. No, even Nami shouldn't be that shallow. Just so you know, I didn't do that with you because of the bet. This is my true feelings. Nami flustered when she saw Lucas looked at her weirdly and tried to explain herself. Lucas sighed in relief when she confirmed it herself. I know, thank you. Anyway, Robin was cheating. She didn't really plan on doing anything at all. In fact, she was even planning on leaving by then. So this bet is invalid. Then this situation is... Nami hesitated and looked towards Robin. Robin smiled and continued the explanation. We talked about it. I have already fallen for you as well. I don't mind sharing with Nami. SSSSH sharing. Lucas' mind seemed to have crashed. He did not think that someone like him could possibly have a harem. Hold on a second, since when did you fall for me? Is it because of what happened in Eni's lobby? If it is, you shouldn't decide too quickly. Maybe it's just admiration that you are feeling and not love. I don't want you to make any decisions you may regret in the future. I don't want to hurt you. Lucas admits that he indeed likes Robin as well, but having multiple relationships, despite being his dream as well, he knows that it is quite hard and oftentimes, someone would only end up hurt in such a relationship. He didn't want Robin to make any mistakes and end up hurting. Robin smiled. When was it? I think it already started back in Alabasta. That time, it was simply an interest in you, the man from another world. Then you continued to surprise me even more in the Sky Island. You're right, maybe this isn't love, maybe it is, but I'm willing to take the risk, if you'll let me. Lucas, do you like Robin? This time, Nami asked. Lucas looked at her and hesitated. On one hand, he feels that Nami would be hurt if he said yes. On the other hand, he also feels that Nami will be hurt if he lied to her. Eventually, Lucas gritted his teeth and spoke the truth. I do. I like her. I see. Still, Nami continued to smile. It seems her smile is even brighter now. Well then, what are you waiting for? Nami, even if I like Robin, I don't want to lose you too. Lucas was prepared that if Nami says so, he will not do anything to Robin and will be with Nami instead, even if it meant hurting Robin. No matter what, Nami was his first woman. He didn't want to wrong her. It's all right. We already told you that we talked about this. I'm fine if it's Robin, but let me be clear. During this time of you as a Shichibukai, I better not hear any rumors of you and other women. Why yes ma'am. Foo foo foo. Seeing the two act like that, Robin giggled and approached Lucas once more. Well then, shall we start? Start? Gulp. Lucas gulped a mouthful of saliva as he was afraid he would start drooling. Still, he didn't want to jump to conclusions, so he asked. Robin smiled and whispered 3 letters in his ear. Naturally, everyone knows what those 3 letters were. Instantly, Lucas went stiff. Seeing Lucas not moving, Robin made her move and started to remove his clothes. The night passed. Lucas woke up with Nami on his right and Robin on his left. They were both barely clothed under the sheets. It seems they were still asleep, it can't be helped. With the addition of Robin's abilities, the sensation for all 3 of them were on another level. Lucas remembered last night and shook his head. I need to stop thinking about this and start training. Boom. Kia! What is it now? A loud explosion woke Nami and Robin up. Nami quickly looked around while clutching on the bedsheet to cover her body, thinking that someone had arrived. Seeing that the room was still intact, she sighed in relief and wore her clothes. What was that just now? From the direction of the sound, it seems to be where Luffy and the others are staying at the moment. Robin answered while wearing her clothes as well. Hearing that, Lucas smiled wryly. It seems that he's the guy that Akiji meant. Well, it seems that's my cue, go back with Luffy and the rest. There's no need to worry, they won't be arresting anyone here. Take care, Lucas. Nami and Robin gave him a peck on the lips before leaving and hurrying over to where the others were. At this moment, an old man wearing a marine uniform and a dog head appeared before Luffy and the others from a broken wall. You are the Straw Hats crew, aren't you? I brought someone I want Monkey D. Luffy to meet. Marines! Damn, though no one is supposed to catch us while we're at Water 7. Sanji and the others prepared for action, but Luffy was still fast asleep. Seeing Luffy like that, the dog-head old man was angered and gave him a punch to the head. Wake up! Luffy! Ow! Whooch! It seems the pain from his punch had caused Luffy to wake up. The others were confused though. Luffy was made of rubber, it shouldn't be possible for him to get hurt. Ouch! What are you talking about? It's a punch. It wouldn't hurt your rubber. Just as Sanji was asking, the dog-head old man laughed and removed the dog head on his head. There's no way anyone can escape the fist of love. I heard you've been doing reckless things, Luffy. Gay! Gee, Grandpa. What? Grandpa. Right, the person that had appeared was none other than Luffy's grandfather. Monkey D. Garp. Chapter 34, Departure. Luffy, don't you owe me an apology? Garp grinned while looking at Luffy, who was in pain from his fist. At this time, Nami and Robin also arrived on the scene as well. When they saw who was the person that barged in, they were both shocked. No way, is this Garp, the hero of the Marines? Luffy! Is he really your grandpa? Sanji was also a bit shaken and asked Luffy. Yup. Don't mess with him. You'd get killed. Everyone was surprised by what Luffy said. From what they know, Luffy shouldn't be someone who would be scared so easily. I was nearly killed by Grandpa on many occasions in the past. Hey, don't say such scandalous thing. I pushed you over bottomless cliffs, threw you into the jungle at night, tied you on a balloon and sent you flying in the sky, all so that you could become a strong man. Everyone's faces paled as they heard that. Damn! What kind of parenting is this supposed to be? Now they seemed to just saw the root of Luffy's endless life force. In the end, I entrusted him to a friend of mine and trained him with Ace, but as soon as I took my eyes off of him, this happened. Garp's face twitched and a vein popped in his temple. I trained you to be a strong Marine. I always said I want to be a pirate. Nonsense. You're just under the bad influence of that red-haired. S.H. Shanks saved my life. Don't speak ill of him. Are you telling your own grandfather what to do? Gaia! I'm sorry. The moment Garp was angered and raised his fist of love, Luffy instantly apologized. He didn't even try to fight against his grandfather. Suddenly, everyone heard snoring sounds. They fell asleep. Maybe the noise woke Garp, but when he woke up and saw that Luffy was still sleeping, he was angered again and started hitting and scolding him. Luffy didn't even bother to fight back at all. Seeing this grandpa-grandson skit, everyone finally gave up. Oh, just do whatever now. In the end, Luffy ended with a bunch of bulges stacked on top of another on his head. It hurts. Garp sighed and crossed his arms to his chest. Listen, do you even know what kind of guy that red-haired is? Shanks? Are Shanks and the others doing fine? Where are they? Whether or not he's doing fine, there are numerous pirates out there. However, he is now one of the foremost powerful pirates alongside Whitebeard. We call those pirates who reign like emperors over the latter half of the Grand Line, the Four Emperors. Everyone quietly listened as this was a rare chance of getting any information about other pirates. The Marine headquarters and the Shichibukai exist in order to counterbalance these four. Their power is so influential that should these three powers become unbalanced, the peace of the world would crumble. Hearing about this, Luffy didn't really quite understand, but he took off his straw hat and smiled. I don't really understand, but I'm happy to hear they're doing fine. I miss them. Garp sighed and was about to speak again when they heard a commotion at the back. What's going on? It's the pirate hunter Zoro. The one with a bounty on his head. I see, Luffy's Nakama, right? He seems to be doing good. Well, guys. Try to stop him. Garp grinned and spoke to the two young men behind him. Yes, sir. The young man with long hair and visor took out his kukri knives and charged to where Zoro was. Meanwhile, the one with the shorter hair wearing a headband and glasses charged towards Luffy and sent a kick to his chin. If it was before, Luffy would have gotten hit, but with the training from Lucas and the fight with CP9, he seemed to have grasped a certain power. Just as the kick connected, his head moved to the side and dodged narrowly. Garp's eyes flashed when he saw this but kept silent as he watched. When the kick didn't connect, the young man used Soru to dodge Luffy's counter. Still, Luffy is able to follow his movements and grabbed him before throwing him to the ground. Zoro's fight also ended similarly and is now holding two of his swords to the kukri knife wielder. Bahahaha. They're no match. Garp laughed when he saw the fight's end. The young man being held down by Luffy spoke. You are strong after all, amazing. I give up. Luffy was confused why a Marine would say that but still let him go on account of his grandfather. The young man stood up and dusted his pants. Luffy-san, Zoro-san. Long time no see. Do you know who I am? Who are you? It's me. Kobe. Don't you remember me? In Luffy's mind, there was an image of a small kid who looked very weak. This image didn't match the guy in front of him at all. Kobe? Kobe's my friend, but I only know the smaller Kobe. That's me, Kobe. I'm Kobe who was once a crybaby. For real. Both Luffy and Zoro were shocked. No matter what, a person can't possibly change this much, right? No one cared about the kukri knife wielder, Helmeppo, at all as the three of them chatted. At the side, Garp spoke to the other Marines. Well then, guys. Go fix up this wall. How can you be so selfish? Why did you break it in the first place if we ended up having to fix it? Because it's cool to enter the scene like that. Don't break things with such a ridiculous reason. We'll fix it, but you better help us. Okay. Everyone sweated. What is this? Isn't he a vice admiral? But he's getting scolded by his own soldiers. And he's now also fixing a wall that he broke himself in fact. While fixing up the wall, Garp spoke. Oh yeah. I was speaking about the Shichibukai and the balance, right? Remember Crocodile? The one you guys defeated is now an impel down. We have to choose another person as replacement. Speaking of which, where is he? Are you talking about Lucas? We don't know where he is. Luffy frowned. He didn't really like the idea of Lucas leaving them. Nami and Robin looked at each other but kept silent. Don't you know? That guy sure had the balls to make a bet with Sengoku. If you guys manage to get your Nakama and leave Eni's lobby, this Water 7 will be his territory now and no marine or pirate can cause any trouble. In other words, you guys are safe for as long as you stay here, no one will catch you. Luffy and the rest were surprised. Other than Nami, Robin, and Frankie, no one really knew the contents of the bet. Robin only spoke that Lucas made a bet with the Marines, but she didn't say the terms and conditions. Over time, they also forgot to ask this due to plenty of things happening. The only reason Nami knew was because Lucas told her. While the rest had sighed in relief knowing that they won't be captured if they stayed, Luffy continued to ask. And if we had lost? Apparently, he was even willing to bet his own freedom. If you guys lost, he would be a slave now. With a collar and a mark branded on him. This time, Nami was also shocked. That Lucas, he failed to mention this to her. It was fine that they won and all, but Nami grumbled. Stupid Lucas! Idiot Lucas! Baka Lucas! Robin saw Nami pouting and can't help but smile wryly. It seems Lucas is in for some trouble. Luffy fell silent for a while before speaking. We still don't know where Lucas is. If he's here, I won't let you have him. This is not in your control, Luffy. Lucas' powers are too much for your small crew. If he remains in your ship, you will be targeted by forces much stronger than the CP9. Even so, I won't give up on my Nakama. Seeing Luffy so stubborn, Garp was about to speak again when someone spoke from the door. You must be Luffy's grandfather? Certainly, you two really don't seem to know the word subtle. I can hear your racket from my room above. Lucas! Luffy was shocked. It turns out, Lucas was just one level above them this whole time. He was about to shout at Lucas and convince him, but then he froze when he saw Lucas' left arm. Lucas continued to speak without minding them. As Garp said, this island is now my territory, you can stay for as long as you want and no one will trouble you at all. That is, if you already gave up on your dream, Luffy. I haven't. I'm gonna become the Pirate King. Garp's face twitched while Kobe was looking at Luffy with sparkling eyes. Lucas just smiled and walked to where Garp was. Then feel free to leave when your ship is ready. In the meantime, you can use this time to relax, rest, or train. I will be going now. Lucas walked past Garp and continued to walk away. Garp looked at Lucas then to Luffy. He didn't quite understand why Luffy would just give up, but this is for the best. He also stood up and was about to leave. Vice Admiral Sir. The wall is still not fixed. Lucas heard them as well and felt that it would be too bothersome to wait for Garp to finish. He waved his hand and water shot towards the broken wall. The next moment, the wall was repaired as if it was never broken at all. Garp sighed when he saw this. Such fearsome power, devil fruit powers that has the ability to heal or repair are quite rare, no wonder Sengoku values this kid so much. Actually, Sengoku didn't learn about this until much later when Lucas had fixed the burnt flag of the world government. Garp followed Lucas to their ship leaving Kobe and Helmeppo behind to catch up to Luffy. On the ship, Lucas finally asked Garp. So you're the one they sent to watch over me? HM? Nah, they sent someone else. Right now, the Marine headquarters can't afford to send someone who can beat you since it would be counterproductive. After all, us vice admirals and above can't possibly spend our time babysitting you. Then who? Oi! Lass, come out. Lass? Lucas frowned and looked to where Garp was shouting at. There, Lucas saw a pink-haired woman in a suit casually smoking while walking towards them. Hina's here. This is Black Cage Hina? They're sending her? Garp continued to explain. We needed someone who won't be so easily swayed by you like the CP9 and join you. Also, they needed to be able to restrain anyone around you with ease just in case. Though she may be weaker than you, she is still the ideal person to monitor you. Plus, she volunteered. Hina needed to get rid of 2 idiots who keep following Hina. She's talking about Django and Full Body, right? I didn't know she hated them that much. Lucas was a bit confused. From the manga, it didn't seem like she minded them, but is she just looking for some excuse? Still, it would make sense that they weren't willing to send anyone too strong. They only needed someone to monitor Lucas, not beat him. Also, if they had sent someone with too strong a sense of justice like Tashigi, it may just backfire on them. Someone like that can easily be manipulated after all. On the other hand, Lucas doesn't know much about Hina at all. He truly doesn't know how to deal with her. I will say this once. The instant that Hina is unable to report once every 24 hours, not only you, but the Straw Hats will also be chased adamantly and executed. Fine. Garp was glaring at him as he didn't want Luffy's life to end like this at the very least. Actually, there was another reason why Hina was sent. She was a woman. If they can rope in a guy like Lucas if he falls for Hina, then that would be the best. Naturally, Garp didn't say this at all. If you understand, then get out. I hear you have your own ship, right? Garp tossed an eternal log pose to Lucas and gave the order. Your first job as a Shichibukai is to go there and regain the people's trust. It should be easy for you considering your ability and history there. Lucas raised a brow at that and looked at the name on the eternal log pose. Instantly, he understood what Garp meant and showed a wry smile. After all, the island's name written there was Alabasta. Lucas scratched his head. He looked at his left arm and smiled. There was a tattoo he had asked to be placed there a few days ago. It seems he would reunite with Vivi sooner than he thought. Back in the Galila headquarters, Frankie asked Luffy, "Is that okay? I thought you won't let him get away." "It's fine." Frankie was confused why Luffy would suddenly just give up. He looked at the others, but they were all acting like this was normal. When Robin saw him look at her, she shrugged as she didn't know as well. Usopp laughed. "It can't be helped that you guys didn't understand. But don't worry. Lucas' left arm still has the sign of our friendship. Even if he's not here, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that our feelings are connected." Nami also added. However, from the way she said it, it seemed to have another meaning. Frankie was still confused, but seeing as no one bothered about it anymore, he felt that it wasn't his place to say anything. After all, he wasn't part of their crew, at least, not yet. Lucas didn't stay to watch Frankie's brief get stolen. He walked to where Iceberg was with Hina silently following along. While the shipwrights were building the Straw Hats' new ship, Lucas also asked for a small ship to be made. With the money they got from the Straw Hats, they had a huge supply of atom wood, and the excess wood was placed in his small ship as well. Iceberg presented Lucas' ship to him. It was a white ship where the sides of the deck had a wing-like design. There was only one mast and a small cabin equipped with a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. The ship didn't have a rudder or a steering wheel as per his request. After all, he only needed to use his ability to steer it. This will be his own personal ship, so it's small. As for a bigger ship, it was Iceberg's long-term project. He had handed him some ideas after looking through the images of the Pluton ship. Though he wasn't able to read blueprints, the images were enough to tell a few things. And based from that, Lucas made his own ideas to either copy a similar effect or counter it. As for what those ideas are, that will have to wait for the future. On the sail, there was a skull with wings behind it and is holding a shield, covering half of its face. There was also a black flag on top of it with the same logo. This will become his temporary pirate mark, the Guardian Wing pirate. Satisfied with the ship, Lucas asked Iceberg. Does it have a name? Ma, I call it Freedom Wing. This small ship, and your ability, can let it travel anywhere it pleases. Lucas nodded. Good, let's go. Hina hesitated for a bit but still followed along. It seemed she had to get used to setting sail on a pirate ship from now on. Just then, Lucas turned around and spoke to her. By the way, this thing only has one bed, that's mine. Unless you want to sleep together, go sleep somewhere else. Hina's face darkened, but she knew that she was no match for Lucas, so she could only snort and walk away to find a place to rest. Lucas just shrugged and no longer bothered her. He looked at the direction of the eternal log pose, then set his sights on the horizon ahead. Time to set sail. Chapter 35, Double Monitor. Alabasta. Inside the royal palace, Vivi was looking through the newspaper with mixed expressions. She was happy to see Luffy and the others doing well, worried that they had caused such a huge scene, and also confused. The front page of the newspaper showed two things. Straw Hat Pirates invaded Judicial Island, Eni's lobby. Former Straw Hat Pirate becomes the new Shichibukai, Guardian Wing Lucas. Lucas, what happened to you? Vivi muttered then sighed. She was about to put away the newspaper when a few pieces of paper dropped. These were the new bounties of the Straw Hats. When Vivi saw these, she chuckled. They all seemed happy. Straw Hat Luffy, 300 million belly. Pirate Hunter Zoro, 120 million belly. Devil's Child Nico Robin, 80 million belly. Cat Thief Nami, 16 million belly. Long Nose Shooter Usopp, 30 million belly. Black Leg Sanji, photo unavailable, 71 million belly. Cotton Candy Lover Chopper, pet, 50 belly. Cyborg Frankie, 44 million belly. Like in the original, Sanji's photo was just a drawing as well. The only difference this time is Usopp's. Since he didn't go as Sogeking this time, his picture and title had differed as well. The title of Long Nose Shooter can only be blamed on Spandam, as he used this description to describe Usopp. As for the picture, it was even worse. The agent taking the picture was hit by a rubble, and by accident, he only managed to picture Usopp's nose. Unfortunately, that was the only photo they got of him, so it was printed like that. Anyone seeing this wanted poster would give this a second glance. Is that a nose? Or... Naturally, Usopp stayed depressed for a week when he saw this. Other than that, there was no longer a wanted poster for Lucas, as he is now a Shichibukai. Still, there was an image of him in the newspaper as well. It was the image of him holding the flag of the world government after he had fixed it. Behind him were huge white wings akin to that of an angel. This could be said to be propaganda of the government to make Lucas look to be on their side completely. The name Guardian Wing could also be akin to him being the guardian angel of the world government with this photo. Vivi looked at this image silently. It was unknown what she was thinking. Water 7. Once Lucas had left, Nami handed out the manuals he got from Lucas to everyone. Listen guys. When you have time, train on these. It should help increase our power. Now that we caused such a huge scene, no doubt, we will be chased all over once we leave this island. These are... Usopp took the manual and was surprised. Rokushiki? The ones used by those CP9 guys? Yeah. Where did you get this? Zoro asked. Nami fell silent for a moment. She remembered Lucas saying not to tell anyone it came from him, but she was still mad from earlier. Anyway, it doesn't matter since he showed himself earlier. Lucas gave it to me. It seems that as the new Shichibukai, he is entitled to have his own pirate crew. He took in the former CP9 with him and they gave it to him. Everyone were dumbstruck. There seemed to be too much information from what Nami just said that they can't process it properly immediately. First off, when did Lucas give this to her? So she knew this whole time that he was here? Also, Lucas has his own pirate crew now? And he even took in the guys from CP9? Their former enemies? However, only Luffy didn't seem to read too much into it as he laughed. Shi. So those guys are gonna be our friends in the future, huh? This guy is so optimistic. Nami just smiled. But it is as Luffy said. If all goes well, those strong guys will most likely become our future allies. Lucas told me that he planned to make a separate team who can back us up if ever the need arises, and I agree. This time with Enies Lobby, we were lucky. Who knows what sort of troubles we will encounter from now on. Especially with our captain like this. I guess you're right. Hearing the last line that Nami said, everyone instantly agreed. After that, Nami told Zoro and Sanji what Lucas told her, and they also agreed. Ever since they saw the Rokushiki, they had also wanted to learn a few things from it but didn't have much chance to do so. Now, there was the manual in front of them. And if it can increase their power, there was no reason why they wouldn't learn it. Robin also seemed to be interested in Shirgan and Renkyaku. Everyone imagined her arms and legs popping up all over and using Shirgan and Renkyaku. Suddenly, they shivered. Damn! If Robin manages to learn these two techniques, she would surely be so hard to fight against. Yash! There's still time before our new ship is built. Everyone, start training so we can get even stronger. Oh, you! While Luffy and the gang started their training as they waited for their new ship, Lucas was already on the seas and headed for Alabasta. Lucas stood at the front of the deck and closed his eyes as he felt his surroundings. The cold wind that brushes along his cheeks, the touch of the water that sprays on his face, and the vastness of the sea below. In the past, Lucas felt quite burdened watching over Luffy and the rest, making sure that they were safe and not have any accidents. Of course, this burden wasn't something he hated at all. In fact, he still liked the idea of protecting the Straw Hats. But now that he's separated from them and decided to let them develop on their own, it was like there's this weight on his shoulders that was lifted. He felt more free than before. At this instant, he seemed to have grasped some kind of power and he felt the ship turn into water. Shocked, Lucas snapped out of it and looked at the ship, only to find it returned back to normal. Lucas blinked for a while. Was that awakening? But how did he activate it? Lucas tried to do it once more but was unable to turn the ship to water again. Eventually, he sighed and gave up. Then, he heard something splashing in the water behind the ship. It was Hina, nearly drowning. She must have sunk earlier the moment the ship turned to water and was unable to get back up when it solidified. Since Hina was also a devil fruit user, she is naturally unable to swim at all. Lucas sighed and controlled the water around her to lift her up and drop her on the ship. Cough cough, what just happened? No idea, I was just standing here, you know. Why did you jump in the water? Hina didn't jump in the water. Hina isn't an idiot. Though she thought in her head, she didn't say anything and simply glared at Lucas. By the way, why do you always seem to refer to yourself in the third person? Are you an idiot? Hina is not. Well, anyway, Lucas doesn't care. Hearing someone else speak in the third person irked her for some reason. She snorted and simply went back to the cabin to rest. Lucas shook his head and no longer minded her. He sat on the deck and continued to train. A day had passed. At a distance, they could see a faint shadow of an island. This isn't Alabasta yet. Merely a pit stop on their way. When they got near, they could see a ship docked on the side with a black flag. A pirate ship. Seeing as the logo didn't seem familiar to him, Lucas looked at Hina, who was monitoring him. Do I go and sink those guys? Yes, that's your job. Actually, that's your job. Fine, fine. Lucas sighed and knew he was being used by the government as propaganda, but this is something he wanted as well for his own plans. Since this pirate crew is unfamiliar to him, they must be some small-time pirates and it should be safe to remove them. It shouldn't cause too much issue in the future that he knows. Anyway, since he's going to do it, he might as well make it a show. His huge wings opened behind him and he flew right above the pirate ship. From the sky, he could see the pirates raiding and pillaging the village. Seeing this sight, he no longer held back. What he hated the most is the kind of pirates that acted like this. Lucas knew that Luffy is quite special and not evil, so he was fine with him. But pieces of shit like these guys in front of him, there was no need to show them mercy. All of a sudden, a heavy rain fell on the island. When Lucas held his hand up, the rain stopped. Huh? What? What's happening? The rain. Both pirates and villagers alike watched the raindrops hover in midair. Suddenly, as if attracted by something, the raindrops combined and formed into spears. Once Lucas held his hand down, these water spears started to spin in high speeds and stabbed into every pirate in the island. Ah! Gah! It hurts! Lucas didn't kill anyone to give an image that he wasn't a murderer to the public. Besides, he himself doesn't want to kill too much as well. As the villagers looked at him descending on the ground and the wings on his back, they all cheered. We're saved! An angel! An angel has saved us! On the way to Alabasta, Lucas performed similar actions and would clear the island of pirates. Soon, everyone got to know his name. The savior and angel of the people. Guardian Wing Lucas. Sengoku read the news as well and was satisfied. At least there was one guy in the Shichibukai that's actually doing his job properly. Whenever he recalled the other Shichibukai, his head would hurt and he would feel like he's grown even older. Days flew by as Lucas gets nearer to Alabasta. Lucas sighed as he stared at the island in front of him. Another island for him to work. Without Luffy and the rest, sailing is really boring. Even this work is boring. There isn't anyone who can fight him at all. The only accompaniment he had was an ice-cold block as well who wouldn't even respond to his jokes. If possible, he really wanted to toss her out in the sea and leave her be. Lucas also hoped if he could meet at least one of the so-called supernova pirates of the worst generation, but he hasn't seen any of them yet. Why does he want to meet them? Actually, there wasn't any reason, mainly just to satisfy his boredom. After reaching the island, Lucas sighed again when he saw pirates terrorizing the place. There really is a lot of pirates in this era of pirates. He only took a glance, and when he saw there wasn't any noteworthy pirates, he waved his hand and finished everyone off. Actually, even Hina felt it was too repetitive as well. At first, she was surprised by how powerful Lucas was. But after a few islands of repeated actions, she had grown numb and only reported back to the HQ to ask for people to send the pirates Lucas caught. Only in these times where her abilities were useful. Lucas didn't need to worry about anyone running away after she cages them one by one. With this, they didn't have to stay on the island and wait for the marine ship to take the pirates. Lucas and Hina was about to leave after calming the people down when suddenly, someone spoke to them. You piece of trash is not bad at all. Huh? Surprised with the sudden bad-mouthing, Lucas turned to look who had spoken. What he saw was a purple-haired woman holding a giant flag wearing a red top hat with goggles and curled horns at the side while smoking a cigarette. The problem was, this girl is wearing a red jacket and tie with the front completely open. If the wind blew a little to the side, I bet you can see pink cherries on top of those two twin hills of hers. Lucas blinked for a while as he tried to remember who this bold woman was. Was it Bello Betty? One of the Revolutionary Army's commanders? Huh. But why is she here? Actually, before being sent to this world, Lucas had only read up to after the whole cake arc and just before the supposed reverie. He doesn't know what happens from that point on, and this Bello Betty was only shown briefly as well. Naturally, her image led him to remember her. Who would forget a girl who wore clothes like this? But why is she here? From what Lucas can recall, she is the East Army commander? So, doesn't that mean she should be an East Blue or something? Since he was confused, he asked. Why is the East Army commander of the Revolutionary Army here in the first half of the Grand Line? Oh. Punk, you know who I am? Well, that huge flag kinda gives it away. The flag already has the logo of the Revolutionary Army after all. Dragon sent me to find you and monitor you. He wants to know what your intentions are. Intentions? Ah, he must be worried since the news has been making me as someone who had betrayed Luffy. Lucas thought so. Also, your abilities are better suited with us. Why don't you join the revolutionary instead of hanging around with this hag? Who are you calling a hag, you revolutionary exhibitionist? I'm proud of my body unlike you, marine hag. No one wants to look at a pile of meat, revolutionary pervert. Hag. Pervert. Watching these two women curse at each other with expressionless looks and smoking a cigarette, Lucas can't help but think, aren't these two just getting along fine? Finally, Hina turned to him and pointed at Betty. Lucas, why haven't you beaten this pervert for indecent exposure yet? What do you mean? It's not like she's showing those certain spots. A vein popped on Hina's temple when she heard his excuse. She's a revolutionary. Get her. Hey, my job is only to restrain pirates, isn't it? The revolutionary are your problem. Lucas shrugged. He didn't really want to involve himself with the revolutionary army. Might as well just walk away and pretend he didn't see anything. Seeing Lucas walk away, Hina stomped and glared at Betty. Lucas didn't care at all about their fight as he only waited in the ship. Finally, Hina returned with bruises followed by Betty who was in similar condition. They tied? No, it seems that Betty is in a better condition than Hina. Lucas wasn't really aware of Betty's overall power. Only knew that she had the ability to rally people or something. But there was one thing he was confused. Why is she following along? Hina can't get rid of her, and she insisted on following. Hina might as well monitor you both than let one get away. Lucas started to pity Hina, just a little bit though. Hina no longer spoke to him and went into the cabin to rest and report to HQ. Lucas turned to look at Betty. Are you really not gonna button up your jacket? Do you want me to? Good question. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 3. Peace.